Right, good morning. I see we've got a question in the chat. No, the Q&A is not working yet, so please just post your questions in the chat again today. Um, I'll see, we didn't get it sorted yet, hopefully for tomorrow. I see I can maybe try and claim host, but then all the questions would then come to me, and then I won't be able to both instruct and then uh, answer questions at the same time. So yeah, just use the chat for now today. Right. So, uh, good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming. I'm Emily. I'm going to be instructing the module today. It's going to be version control with Git. And so let's see. I think you can all see my screen at the moment. I think the first thing we can do is make sure that we know whether we've got the installation done correctly. So I'm going to show you how you can check. So in your terminal, so for Windows users, this needs to be the Git terminal. And then for Mac and but like me, Linux, you should be able to just use your normal terminal. So I'm just going to run this command to check that I have Git installed. So you type Git and then two dashes and then version. It tells me that I have the version 2.34.1. I don't think it really matters what version you have. As long as you get that, then your installation should be ready to go for today's session. Maybe what we can do is there reactions? Can you put like a tick if you can get this? Get a version from your terminal, or an X if you're still struggling, because we need everyone to be able to access this before we begin. Is anyone hearing me?
Yes, we can hear you, Emily. I see there are few people that still
Are
that don't
coming
have
in.
access on their
Okay.
profile.
I
Mhm.
can't see that at the moment. Let me see if I can work out how. There we go. Okay, and then participants. Okay, so please tick if you can get the version, or even if you just type Git, it should give you this whole long list of what you can run using Git. So either one. Okay, let's see. I'm just gonna look up the installation instructions for you guys. So for Mac, you can follow instructions to install on command line developer tools. And you won't need Xcode, whatever that means. Let me see if I can. And then your bash window isn't opening. Is that on? Oh, okay, cool. All right. How many? Okay, let me see. Okay, I've sent to the chat the index page for what we're going to be covering. If you go down to the bottom, I think I might have sent it in instructor view. Oh well, go down to the bottom and uh, there'll be a place called installing Git, and then there'll be instructions for Windows, Mac, and Linux. So if it's not working, that is the first place to try. Rahima, how are we doing? How many X's do we have?
I wanna mess. There is Nokwada who also has an X on her thingy. Please, Nokwada, can you kindly type in the chat what your issue is so that I can try and help you?
Morning,
And
Emily.
morning.
Hi, I'm so sorry. I was about 5 minutes late. I was struggling to log in. I just wanted to find out, where are we? What
We
are we
are
doing?
right. We are right at the beginning. We're checking the installation, whether you can access what we need for today, which is Git. So if you see here on the terminal, you can type in Git space two dashes version and check that you can see a version there or use Git. If you can
I
do
am typing.
that, hmm,
Okay, I'm typing this in my Git bash.
yes, in your Git bash if you're on Windows, yes.
Okay.
And if you can do it, then please put a tick next to your name so we know that everyone is following along. And if you're not able to do it, then please put an X so that we know that you guys are not getting, it hasn't been fully set up yet because it's no, you're not going to be able to follow if you can't use this part. So we need to get it all set up now before. Right, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 ticks, one
And
X,
one X. Yeah.
and I have no idea as to how many other people are ready or not ready. So I'm gonna give 5 more minutes to hear and help installation. If I'm not hearing from people, then I don't know. I suppose I'll have to just assume that you guys are ready. Great, I see some thumbs up. If you can instead use the tick so that we can keep track for the tick so that we know it doesn't disappear after a little bit like the thumbs up do. So,
How do you put the tick?
okay, you go to reactions and then it should be one of the reactions there. There's like a green circle with a tick sign. So
Thank
there's
you.
like, yeah, sure. So yeah, I can.
I'm trying to help Nokwanda, but I'm not getting a response from. I'm not sure whether she has seen my message. Whether she already. I don't know. What OS are you on, Nokwanda? Oh, okay. She said, please. Okay. The person said they're good now.
Okay.
So yeah, I think you can then kindly change your X to a tick so that it shows that you're okay.
Okay, so just one more time, I'm just going to go clear. And what we're doing is typing in git, two dashes, version, and checking that you can get a version there in your terminal. And if you can do that, then put a tick and as your reaction.
Sorry, Emily, could you please repeat that?
Okay, what we're doing at the moment is we are checking that the Git installation has worked on your computer. So you need to check that by running a command. So the one that you can use is git space two dashes version to check the version of your installation. And as you can see, I have version 2.34.1. And if you're able to do that in your terminal, then please put a tick next to your name in the reaction so that I know that you are managing to do this, because we are going to be using Git for this whole session. So if you're not able to run this, then you won't be able to run any of the commands really that we're using. Greetings, does the version matter? No, version does not matter. So you don't have to have the same version as I do. Just ensure that if you run Git, you're going to get something from it and not get an error saying this command isn't understood or something like that. Right, it is 9:15 now. So if there's anyone who is really confused, please tell me now. Otherwise, we are going to begin.
No. Oh,
Hello?
okay. I'm trying to help.
Yeah? You trying to help? Okay.
Recording in progress.
Oh, I was muted. What I was saying is that there's one of us who is stuck on installing Git on their Mac OS. So if anyone has been able to install the Git on a Mac OS, can kindly explain how they did this. Anyone with a Mac OS beside Amy, beside Amy?
Right. Okay. So I think let's begin. We're not going to start coding just yet. So I wanted to ask you all a question, and Rehema, are you going to be using the chat? Because I sort of want them to reply in the chat.
Yeah, I'm gonna be using the chat. I'm not sure whether we can claim host to do it from the Q&A.
I can try. Oh no, we have to have the host key. So no, can't do it. Okay, right. I was gonna ask everyone. So when you're writing up something like your thesis or like some sort of essay, maybe for when you're working in your degrees or at work, uh, how do you keep control of your versions? What do you use? Do you use like Word with track changes or Google Docs? Like, how do you how do you do things? Maybe put your hand up and you can respond, or you can put it in the chat perhaps. Okay, so Jason says usually Google Docs. Lumko, yes?
Yeah, I save different version, like different documents, like using a date, changing the title of that version, which is
Right. Yes. Okay, that's one way of doing it. Word, you don't use track changes. Interesting. Word GCLP version control. Okay. Word overleaf. Okay, so we have quite a few different ways that people try and work on their thesis and things. Okay, so what we're going to be looking at today is a different sort of way of doing track changes and version control. So this will be, it's called Git. It's often used for coding, but you can use it for almost anything. It's any sort of digital file. And what happens is you start with one base version of your file or document or whatever you're looking at, and then it saves all the changes that you make when you tell it to. And what happens with that is that it keeps track of everything. So you will be able to go back and undo as many times as you want. And so it's also good for collaboration because multiple people can work on the document. And as long as the changes that were made are not clashing, like let's say you both, someone works on the first paragraph and a second person works on the third paragraph, you can just save it and it will put all those changes together without any problems. Lumko, do you have a question still or?
Oh,
Skumbuzo, one of your
okay.
things is on. I think if you can try and switch it off.
All right, ma. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Right. where was I? So what we're trying to do here is we're going to see how we can try and use Git so that we can keep track of any changes we have and know what those changes are that we were doing to our documents. Okay, so let me go clear. And now, before we do anything with Git, we need to sort of set it up. So if you've got Git working, mine is working here. We are going to do some configurations. So we have the Git that we're working with on our computer. And then there's also the online version, which is called GitHub, where you can save things to. So we're going to, in later parts of the module, talk between the two. So we need to make sure that when we are sending stuff from our computer on our local laptop to the online version, we need to make sure that it knows who we are when we're sending this stuff. So I'm going to show you the first command that we're going to do. So you go git config. Let me just clear again. Okay, git config. So we're configuring something. And then we have this flag called global. So basically, when we set this here, it's going to be set for everywhere, all consoles on your local laptop. So once we exit out of this terminal and come back in, it still saves this data. Okay, so user.name. So I'm telling it, okay, we're configuring the username, and then you need to give your actual name inside quotations. So my name is Emily Morgan. So git config, we're doing a global configuration so that it's kept, and we're saying it's this, my username for Git is going to be Emily Morgan. Okay.
Quick question. Sorry, quick question,
Yes.
Emily. So with the username, yesterday I created an account for GitHub for the
Yes.
username in the inverted commas. Do I put just my normal name and surname, or do I put the username that I got from my account creation?
You can use your normal name if you want. You can also use your username from Git. It doesn't really matter. The one that's going to matter is the next one that's coming. That's your email address.
Cool, cool.
Right, so we're configuring the username. And now we are going to try and configure our email at this point. So we're going to use the same format, git config, because we're configuring the thing. We want global because we want the changes to stay after we close this terminal. And then now it's user instead of .name, it's .email, because we want to say this is now our email address. And now you need to put down the email that you used when creating your GitHub account. If you haven't created a GitHub account, please put the email that you're going to use to create your GitHub account. So for me, my GitHub account is with my institution's email. So G20M8656 at can't see, campus.ru.ac.za. Okay. Right. So we can see now whether, because it's not telling us what it's done with this, it's just sort of blank. So we can see whether what our changes are with this command git config list. So we say list all the things in our configuration file for Git and the global ones. Okay, so it tells me my username is Emily Morgan, my email is this, and I've also got my initial default branch set to main. That will be we will be doing next in case yours is not set to that. So there's a bit of legacy. So in Git, sometimes the original branch that we use, it used to be called master, but we don't use that word anymore. It's now main. Skumbuzo, yes.
Hello, good morning. So,
Morning.
yes, I'm experiencing an error here. It says it's like not in a Git directory when I put the Git email.
Okay, when you go just Git, what happens? Does it work? So if you just type Git,
Okay, let me put it now. Yes, it's working, yeah.
okay. So you say when you try and put in your username, it doesn't work.
For username, it worked, but for email, it didn't work. It says not in Git directory.
I had the same
Okay.
error, and also just for my username for both.
For both. Okay. Um, okay. This is fatal not in a Git directory.
If you can run ls dash a and see if you have a hidden .git thingy in your current folder. If you don't have
ls dot
ls dash a,
dash a.
so
So
there
let's-
should be something like a .git somewhere. Okay.
I don't, yeah, git config. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think you
Okay.
probably need to do something. You can maybe try and run Git init and see if
Knit,
your
yes.
commit is initiated for Git.
So I think mine's already initiated, so I'm not sure what would happen if I run mine again. Okay, so maybe what I can do is this. I'm going to go into my desktop. So change directory to desktop. And I'm going to make a directory. Testing. So make dir for make directory testing. Then I want to go into that directory, cd testing, change directory. And now I'm going to do git init. That's the command to let git know that it needs to start tracking changes from here. So initialized empty git repository in this place. Now see if you can run git config global user.name and then your name in quotes. Yes, you can cd into documents. You can literally just create a git init anyway, really. I just didn't do it in my home directory because I've already got it initialized in my home directory. Okay. If you're with me so far, let me know. Otherwise, also tell me if there's issues at this point. So we need to have configured name and email. So git config global user dot email and then your email address. Don't worry if you get it wrong the first time. You can always go back and change it again with the same command. It doesn't matter how many times you run this command.
Sorry, Emily.
Yes.
I was also getting that error. Now I try to do the CD desktop, etc. And the
Yes.
system cannot find the path specified, so I'm still stuck. Couldn't even do that first simple one. I don't know why.
So what, when you try and run CD desktop,
System
do
cannot
you
find the
have
path.
desktop? So if you
I
run,
do have a disk.
is it where
CD.
your path is pointing to? Because sometimes the Git, if you're working on Windows or something, it doesn't always point to exactly where you think it is. So let me go back to my home. CD double dot gets you back one. So I'm going to say ls, and I can see that I've got desktop here. So
So I'm gonna put in ls quickly.
yeah, put in ls.
I think my thing is work wonky. I don't know. Not recognized as internal or external command.
Which term what terminal are you using?
Terminal, you mean?
What terminal? So like for me, I'm in Linux, so I have my own terminal. Did
Oh,
you
Windows.
download like okay, so
I did
did
the
you
Windows Git.
you did the Git with Windows. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Because it seems like it might not have installed correctly then.
Oh, I see. Because I got the
Um,
version situations, Git version 2.530 Windows 2.
yes, it's
But
just with ls. If it can't understand ls, then there might be a um so when you installed it, did you go through the instructions that they had for the bash shell, like choosing default editor,
yeah, I
uh,
did. I can
all
do
of
it
those
again.
things?
Should I uninstall and do it
Okay.
again?
No, no,
Restart
no,
again.
it's okay. Um, and did you set your home environment variable? I'm just checking. Uh,
Also,
so
you could check if you're opening your terminal as in the Windows terminal, or are you opening the Git Bash terminal? Because it's different. If you open your Windows terminal, you'll still not have commands, but you'll have to open it as a Git Bash terminal. So you could try that and see if it works.
All right. So you mean, because I'm currently on the command prompt. Git, let me check. Git dash.
so how do you open it? Not through Windows?
I just go to the app command prompt. Because when I
Okay.
click on Git dash, it doesn't seem to open. So I don't know, there's like an error there, which is weird.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I use Linux,
go ahead,
so
it's
I'm
fine.
not. If anyone can help Jason in the chat, please, if you use Windows, please,
I'm gonna quickly go to my
maybe.
bioinformaticist. Yeah, and see if they can help me.
I'm sorry.
No stress, no stress.
Okay, let me clear. Okay, so at this point, let's go back to where we were. So has everyone set up their name and email?
You by any chance use sorry? Do you use Git at all? Git. Yeah. Yeah. Oh,
Jason, you still on?
Sorry.
No problem.
Yeah, we can try.
Okay, is Kumbuzo? No. So are you still having problems? I thought you said it was working.
So the error that I was getting when I was before I followed the instructions that you said in terms of creating a different folder. So I was not getting it. But then it's a matter of now going back to the stage where before you created that testing folder. So I'm not sure whether
Okay,
it
so
will
you
work
want the
now. I was
commands
waiting for those
again.
instructions. Yeah.
Okay, so let's try the command git config 2 dashes global. So we are changing our configuration globally so that it stays after we've closed the terminal. So it's set system-wide for us on our laptop. Then user.name, because we're changing our name. And then in quotation marks, you need to put your name. So I'm putting my name here, Emily Morgan, and then enter. Then you can do the same for your email, git config 2 dashes global, and then user.email now, and then the email address of the GitHub account you have made or will make. I've put my associated email address there. And to double check, you can run the last one, command git config list all the things in your configuration file that are global. So as you can see here, I've got my name and my email address. I'm also going to make sure that our branch is set to main, because if it's master, you're going to have problems when trying to talk to GitHub, because on GitHub, the generic name for the branch is main, but it used to be called master. So sometimes in Git versions on your computer, it'll still be set to master, and then it's not very happy when it tries to talk between the two of them. So you can run this command just to make sure it all is correct. So git config again, global again, and now we're going to say init.default branch. We're saying that our default branch, when we initialize, will be called main, so that we make sure that it's the same as what's on GitHub and not the old legacy one that used to be called master. Okay. And then we can check again that our init.default branch is now set to main. Don't worry about the last line here, this credential.helper. That's from me doing stuff on GitHub myself and Git. So don't worry. I think maybe you might see this, you might not see this. And then your name needs to be with username and your email needs to be with the user email. And remember, you can always change this at any time. So if for whatever reason you've changed your email address through GitHub or whatever, you can always just come back and reconfigure this to what it needs to be. Right. How are we doing? Give a thumbs up if you're happy. Looks like I'm getting some thumbs up. Okay. If there's someone who's still struggling, you can either tell me now or put in the chat so that Rahima can help you. Yeah, these installations are always difficult. This is the most difficult part, is getting it to work right at the beginning. But once you've got it working, it should all be good. Okay, I'm not hearing from anyone other than Jason who's busy. Oh, okay, Skumbo's also not working yet. So is it still giving the same error? Oh, you're getting it now. Okay. Right. Git config. Oh, do you want to, you can set, Banawe, you can set it up so that you can say which text editor you would like it to initially use. Although we're just going to be using Nano um, in our demonstration. So if you want to set it in the content, you can see, so there's many different types of editors. So you can configure it. So git config to take the core editor Nano, so that when you just want to try and use one of these text editors, it will then open up Nano for me if I use this. But you can always just specify what you want to use, which is what we're going to do in our one. So you can look at the different commands if you want to set that up yourself. Okay, so let's now try and initialize a repository. So I'm going to go to my desktop. So CD, let's say it's my home desktop. So the tilde sign means take me to my home and then go into the desktop. So this command is exactly the same as if I'd written CD desktop like that. Doesn't really matter. It's going to take you to the same place because, as you can see, I was in my home directory already. Okay, so we're going into desktop, and now if you want to be working on documents, you can work in documents. I'm just using desktop. And yes, Zamajobe.
Oh, right. When I press CD desktop, it just says no such file or directory.
Okay, is that because okay, so run ls. Okay, sorry, I must get
LS.
out ls, and you need to then check that where you are, you've got this desktop
Okay, I
folder.
don't.
Yes, that's
Oh,
why. So then just work in a different folder then. Doesn't have
Uh,
to be desktop. Just,
okay, it's showing me SYS TMP USR VAR. I don't know what's that.
oh wow, okay, okay, just try do CD.
Okay. CD.
Yes. Now do ls again. Run ls again.
It's showing me QC.
QC.
Yes.
And that's it.
Yes. Just QC.
Ooh, are you on Windows?
Yes, it's Windows.
Please print your working directory and see where you are
Oops.
first.
Yes. Okay, PWD. Print working directory.
PWD. It says home, Sithole Zamajob.
And now try CD into desktop.
Pardon?
CD into
just
Okay. No such file or directory.
It's just strange that you get a home and then that name. Are you working on a Linux subsystem or something? Are you on WSL or something?
Okay, I'm not sure.
Did you just install Git for Windows?
Yes, that's what I did.
Yeah, okay. You might need to mount.
Okay,
So
I think I
try,
can. Um,
so in the chat there,
okay, let me try and mount. It says no such file or directory when I copy and paste from the chat.
yes, because your name isn't users and user. You're going to have to change the name to be whatever your C drive user's username is. So mount C users and then probably your name.
Okay, thank you. Okay, it still says no such file.
is this the same terminal you used yesterday? Were you working on desktop or documents or on the same terminal?
Okay, yesterday when I opened it, it didn't look like this. So I don't know why today it looks like this.
Did you open your terminal from Git Bash or did you just open your Windows terminal?
It was Git Bash. I'll try and catch up.
I I was following you along well, and then
Yes.
I experienced the same problem that Samatula just experienced now. So um yeah,
So
when
which problem? The one that you can't get to desktop.
yes,
Okay. So if you go ls, what do you see?
it shows me license.txt bin dev git bash. Yes. Let me just type it in the chats.
And print working directory, where are you?
Okay.
Okay.
It when I say okay, it doesn't show me anything. It shows me a forward slash.
Then you're right at the beginning of, okay. So, okay, so then you're gonna have to, because that's the same as me have going, okay, so I'm in home here at the moment with this tilde sign. You're like further back than that, because you see I've got my home and Emily. You're like right at the beginning,
At the
right
plateau.
here. So you need
Okay.
to make your way forward to your home. So maybe try CD if possible. If that doesn't work, then you're going to have to find where your home directory is.
Um, I'm not understanding. So I did type CD and it's
And now print working directory. Is it still exactly the same place?
yes.
Okay. So then what you're going to have to do is, so you're here essentially, right at the start probably. So you're going to have to go, if you look here, I've got all these things like bin, dev, lib, all of that. Because I'm working on Linux, I have to go CD home. And then if I look in here, there's only one user, which is me. So CD, you need to, and then I'm back to where my home is.
So what am I supposed to do?
So look at when you write there in the folder, get a list, and then work out where your home folder is. I think, Rehema, can I ask you to help find if you can
Okay,
find
I've
it?
been trying to work with Amy. Her issue is that she can't find the directory.
Yeah, I think she's literally at the beginning, like not home, like she's literally in the initial folder, like this one, where,
Oh,
yeah,
okay, she's at the root.
she's at root. Yeah.
Okay, so when you
But
type ls,
that's for Windows, I think. So
okay,
I'm
that's
not,
fine.
yeah.
Okay, she can try, well, are you able to open and go to your file system and then if
Open
you
a new
right
one.
click on your
Yeah.
screen and try and right click from the file system,
Sorry, I didn't get you.
you might get an option to open a Git bash terminal from there, if I'm not wrong. The last time I tried to use a Windows machine, I was able to right click on my file system and get an option to open a Git bash terminal. That is if you have Git bash installed in your machine.
I do have Git bash installed. I didn't get your
Mhm.
instruction. Should I open the file explorer?
Yes, the file explorer.
Should
Explorer.
should I open it?
Yes.
Okay. And after doing that,
Right click on the in the init and then see if you have an option to open a Git bash terminal.
right click on.
Okay, right click just anywhere within the file explorer in the folder you wanna work in, and then see if you have an option to open a Git bash terminal from there.
It does have an opening terminal, but I think it's gonna open me up to the Windows terminal.
With the command with the PowerShell. So there's no option
Yes.
for Git bash.
No. But I do have my path.
You have your what?
Your path. Yes. Copy the
Yes.
path and try and get, you might have to change the slash. If you're
Mm-hmm.
working with Bash, it uses the opposite slash to Windows. So just be careful if it doesn't
Sorry.
work. So in Linux, if I'm going into a folder, you see there's
Uh-huh.
this dash. If you're working with Windows, it uses the opposite dash. It won't,
Yes.
it won't understand this dash. So I'm saying if you're copying the path in Windows, it might give you this dash, and you'll have to change it back to this for
On Git.
your on Git for it to understand the path.
Okay. When I copy the path, should I include it as it is with the inverted commas?
Yeah, I think you probably could. Let's see. Yeah.
Okay, it's showing me a greater than sign now.
Oh. Did you do CD and then the path?
Ah, I should put a space in between CD, right, and my
Yes,
path.
CD space path.
Okay, just 1 second, please.
Sure. Okay. I think after this, we're going to continue, and
Okay.
Rahima will continue helping those to get them back to where we will be.
It still gives me a greater than sign.
So like this.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm not sure.
So, okay, what is I'm sorry, I had been carried away in trying to help someone in the chat. So what are you getting when you type the same path in your Git bash?
The exact same path without changing the //
No, you need to change the forward slash in your Windows to backslash in the Git bash so that it's the same way as it usually is in the terminals, in the bash-like terminals or shell-like terminal.
Yes, I did change the // to exactly that.
And
So I said CD, and then I pasted, the path, and then after pressing enter, it gives me the greater than sign.
Which it means it's waiting for a prompt from you.
Yeah.
Well,
Sorry,
What does your path say, if you don't mind?
She's
it
right
says
at the root, I think.
my path right now says users, Isenati, and
Oh,
downloads.
Down.
okay.
so you are in downloads.
You're in downloads
Yes.
now. Okay, well then just work from downloads. Don't worry.
Okay, so
No,
what should I?
she could just
Or you can even do
CD
ls.
out
Go
of,
back one. Yeah, go back one. So
yes,
CD
and
double
then
dot, then go
and then
ls,
CD
and then
desktop.
see where the desktop is there.
When I do that, it still shows me the greater than sign. It looks like it's still waiting for a prompt.
Can you CTRL C first?
So
CTR.
control
Control
C.
C. Yes.
With no spaces in between.
You just
M.
literally control C like that. So press the control key and the C key.
Can you see
Oh,
your prompt? Can you
yes,
see
now
your
I
command
see.
prompt? Okay, now
Now,
CD out of downloads. CD space dot dot.
So
okay.
now
And then
ls.
CD into desktop.
Yeah.
Wait. And now I'm back to the root.
Okay, CD is NIT. Okay, that's a username, right?
Yes. So I should say CD,
Yes,
Isenati.
into is yes.
It says no such file or directory.
PWD, please.
Sorry?
PWD.
PWD.
Okay. It shows me the /.
Yes. So you're at root, right?
Okay. Do ls. Let's see. Try and find a
Yes.
folder that has your name or something,
When I say
or
Or
ls,
home,
user.
or user, or something. So
Yes.
ls.
when I say ls, it shows me license bin, dev, git bash, and others.
What are those others? Is there no users or home? Oh, it's an IT.
No. There's a USR /, but there's no username.
Yes. Can you cd into that if it's possible?
So I say cd. Okay, hold on.
What was your previous path again?
My previous path was users, Isenati, download.
So there should be users. Can you cd users capital U with RS at the end? Users.
It says no such files or directory.
Okay, can you cd the previous path?
So copy the previous path and change the /
Yes, as it
slashes.
was. Yes, please.
When I type cd, I say cd space and no dashes, right? Sorry?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, now I'm in downloads. And I have
Okay.
the $sign. Thank you.
So
Okay.
cd dash dash now. Cd space dash dash. Did you do
Okay.
that?
Yes.
cd desktop now.
Then now it says no such file or directory. So I think I'm
Are you
fine.
using capital D or small d?
Capital letter D.
Just work from downloads then.
Yes, let me just. So how do I go back to my downloads? So I say CD downloads.
CD, yes, CD and then
Yes.
download.
And then downloads.
Or documents, or whichever one
Okay,
works.
yes, no. Because I think even yesterday I was able to work well when I was on downloads. I'm back on downloads now. Thank you very much.
Okay. Great. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. The control C was, so what happened was in there, she had this greater than sign. And so that meant that she was inside a program that was running like a prompting thing that we needed to get out of. So control C basically gets you out of the program that's currently running. It was like it was prompting more information. So control C often gets you out, sometimes control Z, but yeah. Okay, so let's clear. And okay, I'm gonna start working in desktop. If you can't get desktop to work, you can work in another place like documents, downloads, but I'm going to be working in desktop. So I'm in my home directory. So I'm going to cd change directory into desktop. And okay, what we're going to do today is make we're going to put some recipes together and use version control to keep track of the changes that we make to our recipes that we are going to have. So we're going to make our directory, make directory, and I'm going to call it recipes so that we know that this is the folder that holds our recipes. So I say make directory recipes. And now if I look in my document, on my desktop folder, I can see that I now have my recipes folder created. And we want to work with our recipes. So we want to go into our recipes folder. So I'm going to say change directory, cd recipes. Okay, so now we have this empty recipes folder because when I list, nothing is there. So we want to keep track of all the changes we're going to make, and we're going to do that by running this command called git init. So we're initializing git in this folder. So we run this and it now says initialized empty git repository and then in, and then it gives me my path. Okay, so if we list again, we see nothing. It still looks empty, right? We haven't made any text files or anything yet. But what has happened is Git has made this Git repository. But as you can see, when we run ls, we can't see anything. And that's because it hides this repository from you by having a dot in front. So if you say LSA, this A flag makes it show everything, both the normal files that you can see, like your text files, whatever, or Python code or Google Docs or sorry, Word docs. But with this A, it shows us hidden files. So if we go ls flagged with A, now we see something. There's this one single dot, there's two dots here, and then there's this dot git. So this dot git is a very special subdirectory, and this is important because this is where it keeps all this information about the project now. Because when we're going to be tracking our changes and everything, that information needs to go somewhere, and it's being stored in this special hidden file over here. And the reason why they hide it is because you don't exactly want to go and remove this file by accident, because if you remove it, then you're going to lose all your all your information about what changes have been made and everything. So that's why they try and keep it hidden. But it is there, especially if you check with LSA. Yes, Fabian.
Sorry to take you back. I got lost from changing directory to recipes.
So this step here.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so are you in recipes?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so recipes was an empty folder, and then we ran this command, git init. And when you run this, it initializes a Git repository in the place where we've told it to. So in my path, it's home, Emily, desktop, recipes. So it's made this subdirectory here, .git. And that's important because that's where the information about our changes and the project, so which files we're tracking, where everything is. It's basically all the history is going to be saved here. So it's created this .git file, folder. But if we run ls normally, it's still empty. You see, there's nothing that comes up here when we run ls, nothing printed. And that's because if you have this dot in front, it's a hidden folder. So you have to give the ls command a flag called A. I think that stands for all. I'm not entirely sure. And what that does is it shows both the files you can normally see, like your text files, and then any hidden files or folders. So when I run that, that's why you can suddenly see these folders appearing. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. We're together now.
Okay, great. Okay, so we've initialized Git with our command git init. So this command is very important, the one that we're about to use now. This tells you what is happening. It's called git status. So it tells us the status of where we are. So it can tell you where any changes that you have in the project, what you can do with those changes. So let's run that now, git status. So it tells us a whole lot of information. So we're on branch main. Remember, we initially set our branch to be main. If the command wasn't run, it might have been called master, but here it says on branch main. And it tells me you've not committed anything yet, no commits yet, and there's nothing to commit. Create or copy files and use git add to track. So we have no normal text files or any sort of non-hidden files in this directory. So that's why it's telling us, well, there's nothing to commit yet because you haven't made anything yet. There's no difference to when you initially set up this repository with git init. So this is what I see. You might see something slightly different depending on what version of Git you've got installed. Okay. So now there is a little exercise. Okay. So I'm going to give you a scenario now. So we are in our recipes folder and we check with LSA. We've initialized Git, so we have our Git repository here. Now, let's say we make a new directory called desserts. Okay, so we want to, within our recipes, we have a subsection specifically on desserts. So we've now made our directory desserts and we can see it here in the recipes folder. Now we can go into desserts. Okay, so I'm in desserts. Now, what do you think will happen if I run git init again? Does anyone want to take a stab at it in the chat? And do you think we need to do this again? So if you make another folder within your within a folder that has Git set up, do you think we need to run this every time we make a new folder inside? Regina?
Hi, it's Rahima. Sorry.
Oh, sorry, Rahima. Sorry.
I changed my default branch to main, but it still seems to be picking up as master. So I changed it again, but when I check the status, it still shows master. So I'm not sure what implications that would have for this specific exercise. If I can still proceed, then I'm happy to do so. But I know you mentioned when we speak to the online platform, then there might be an issue.
So what will happen is, I think then, so online, it will expect main, but instead, I think what will happen is it will just then create a new branch called master based on what you've got there. So it should work. And if it doesn't work, we will find a workaround for now.
Thank you.
Okay, sure. Right, so people are saying no is no there, meaning you shouldn't run git init again. And then we also have it would make a sub directory. But I don't think there is a need to initiate Git, and someone did run it. And so they initialized a new Git repository in that place. Yes, so what happens is if you run this Git init again, it will try and track again within this desserts folder, but you're already tracking everything that's in recipes because we initialized it in recipes, which was a directory above our desserts folder. So you just have, you just need to add the desserts folder. You don't need to initialize the repository every single time you make a new folder inside. And actually, sometimes it doesn't work very well because they can interfere with each other. So if you have this repository set up here in desserts, it might interfere with the repository that you've got in recipes. It doesn't like when you've got them nested inside each other. So you have one in a directory which already has a Git initialized. So okay, I'm just going to go git init because some people did do that. So now if I go git status, let's see. On branch main, no commits yet, nothing to commit. So for now, and I'm going back into recipes and doing git status to see. So now it's, okay, there's untracked files to commit, but untracked files present. We're going to get to this in a moment, but yes, it's best not to initialize a new Git repository within a folder that already had that initialized. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into desserts and I'm going to go LSA and that Git was initialized. So what I'm going to do is remove, and because it's a directory, I have to have R and then .git. And now if I go LSA, that's disappeared again. If you're very worried, what you can always do is just, at this point in time, remove the directory desserts. So yeah, try and just initialize your Git repository right at the start of the folder that you're going to be working in with all of the stuff you want to keep track of. Okay, so we are in our recipes folder. So ls, we don't see anything. LSA, we have our Git repository folder initialized there. Okay. So now let's start creating a recipe. So I'm going to create a file for guacamole, and that we will put some of our stuff for our first recipe in. So we're going to create a recipe for guacamole. So I'm going to use Nano to edit the file. So I'm going to say Nano and then the name of the file. So guacamole. And then we're going to use different. So yesterday we were working with text files, but today we're going to try and use something called Markdown. So instead of the extension being .txt, it's now going to be .md. Right, so nano guacamole.md. Right. So is everyone able to get into Nano or their text editor of choice? You don't have to use Nano, but if you want to follow along with me, I'll be using Nano. Please show the previous command. Is that the command to create the file guacamole.md? So I'm just going to exit for now. So Control X exits. Let me see. Because I didn't save anything, it hasn't made guacamole.md. So the command is nano and then the name of your file. So guacamole.md. And then you can press enter and get into Nano. Okay. Have we managed to get into Nano? with guacamole.md? If you want, you can give a thumbs up. Yeah, I'm seeing thumbs up. Good, good, good. Please put in the chat if you're having more issues, but I see that there are already questions. Okay, right. Okay, so we're in Nano so we're going to write inside our guacamole.md file, so our markdown file. So I'm going to say, okay, so in markdown, there's a couple of characters that are sort of special. So the first one is a hash. So if you have a hash and a space, and then I'm just putting the name guacamole, the hash means it's a heading. So if you've got one hash there, it means it's like the biggest heading. So if you converted this, you will see you can convert the markdown form to like render. So if you've seen something like overleaf before, what you type in the code part does not look like what you're going to see when it's rendered, when it's changed format to what people are going to see at the end. So this hash means it's going to make like a big heading at the top. So like in Word, that would be like heading 1, like the biggest like title heading. And then we have, so our big heading is going to be guacamole because this is our recipe for guacamole. Then on my next line, so I just pressed enter and now I'm putting in 2 hashes. So that's like our second biggest heading, like heading 2, ingredients. Because in our recipe, we're going to need to know what ingredients we need to make the guacamole. And we also need to have the instructions. So we're going to have in our third line, instructions. Yes, quite a lot like R. Okay, so we've got our main heading, guacamole, and then a subheading with ingredients and a subheading instructions. Right. And then once you're done with that, we'll need to exit. So Control X. Now it says save modified buffer. So if you want to save, you want to have a capital Y for yes. And then file name to write guacamole.md because we gave Nano the name of the file. It's already told us here, are we writing to guacamole.md? Yes, I want to. So all I want to do now is just say enter. Right. So let's see whether this worked. Let's go ls. Now we have this file called guacamole.md. Okay. Has everyone managed to work out how to use Nano and has a file called guacamole.md? Good, good. I'm seeing quite a lot of thumbs up. Is there anyone struggling to, is there I remember yesterday there was someone who couldn't use Nano. If you can't use Nano, you can always use other editing software like maybe Gedit or Notepad or any one of them. You don't have to use Nano. Okay, I'm gonna continue if I don't see any hands. Right. So now let's see what we've got inside our file, guacamole.md. So the way we can see what we wrote inside is using the command cat. So I think for concatenate, but guacamole.md. So cat space guacamole.md. Let's see what it gives us here. Ooh, gua, gua. Ah, I spelt it differently. So it says guacamole.md, no such file or directory. And that's because I swapped the A and the U around. So if I go cat guac, yeah, I spelled it wrong. Okay, cat guacamole. Right. It's now printed out the 3 lines that we wrote. Guacamole, ingredients, instructions. So because I've spelt it weirdly, I'm going to change the name of the file. So I'm going to say move from yesterday. Remember, move can be used to both actually move files and to rename them. So I'm going to rename my file by going guacamole, which is how I originally wrote it, to guacamole.md. You don't have to do this step if you spelt it correctly. Right. So now if I print ls, it's now got the correct spelling here. And I'm going to want to change it inside as well because in here I also spelt it with the A first, not the U. So I'm going to change that in Nano, Control X, exit, save, capital Y, yes, right to guacamole. Right, okay, so that is fixed now for me. So there we are. So we've got our markdown for our guacamole recipe. Now let's see what's happened with Git. So Git status. Right, we're on the branch main. Some of you might be on branch master. We've got no commits yet because we haven't saved it yet. No committing. And then untracked files. So with no commits, it means we haven't run the commands yet in Git for it to know that we've committed any of these files. Now it says, instead of no untracked files, we have untracked files. Use git add file to include in what will be committed. So it's telling me there's this untracked file called guacamole.md. Okay. And that's because Git isn't keeping track of this yet. So it's saying, oh, you've made this file and you haven't committed this yet. Right? So it's telling us what to use here. Use git add and then the file. So we can try and do that. So nothing to add but to added to commit, but untracked files present, use git add to track. So we're going to track by going git add and then the name of our file. Guacamole.md. Git add guacamole.md. Okay, so let's run that and see what happened. Okay, we've still got our file there. And now let's see what happened on the Git side. Git status. So we're on branch main. No commits still. And we've now got changes to be committed. So we don't have this untracked files anymore. It's now tracking our guacamole.md. It's added this new file that have changes that can now be committed.
Sorry, Emily.
Yes.
I just wanted to note that when I type the command git add guacamole.md, it wrote warning in the working copy of guacamole MD, LF will be replaced by CRLF the next time Git touches it.
Okay, right. So we can configure that to work differently for you. So there's this thing called line ending. So you're getting a thing that happens with line endings, depending on which computer you're working with and what distribution, like Windows, Linux, the ending characters for lines can be different. So enter or like the return or things can sometimes give different characters at the end of a line. and Git doesn't always like it when these characters are different depending on which computer you're working with. So you can change it by doing this thing called Git. So we're using Git config again and our global.
Okay.
And then you're going to say core.auto CRLF input for Mac OS and Linux. If you're on Windows, the only change is you run true instead of input there. So
Okay.
git config -- global core.auto CRLF input for Mac and Linux, and for Windows use true instead of input. So I'm on Linux, so I'll use input. So you can run that. And then
Okay.
from there, you should hopefully get fewer problems when using that. Yeah.
Okay. I did
Yeah.
that. Should I commit the file again?
So we haven't committed yet. So
Oh,
you've
okay.
added it. So you've done git add already. So what you can do is, as it shows here, if you want to take it off, you can do git remove cached and then the file name. So guacamole.md. So this, remember, if you have git in front, it's removing it from what they call the stage. I'm going to explain all these terms very soon. But for now, just if you're removing, you might see remove and go, oh, I've deleted my file. That's not true. It's because you're just taking it off the stage in Git. That's why you have to have the Git in front of remove. If you just run remove guacamole.md, then you will delete your file. So let's check. Yes, our file is still there by doing that. And if we go git status, it's back to having our untracked files. Now, if you go git add guacamole.md, hopefully you won't get the same warning, but maybe you will if your nano has been set up to have a different line ending. But let's see. So try git the command git remove cached guacamole.md and then git add guacamole.md and see whether you get the same problem again. Yeah. Does that answer your question?
Okay, please just hold. I just want to run the command.
Okay.
So, hello, Emily.
Yes.
I also have the same problem, but I use the first command you put, the git config global core.au. Then my machine is Windows, so I typed true, and it did. So I was able to after that, and I came to LS. It brought me back to guacamole.md.
Yes.
Is that fine? I don't need to repeat that other one where I have to remove the cache.
So have you already added it to the stage? Did you do git add
Yes,
first?
yes, yes,
Then you're
yes,
going to
yes.
have to unstage it. You're going to have to do this git remove cached and then do the git add again.
Okay.
Skumbuzo, I see your hands up.
Yes, I think I was lost there. So the moment you, in terms of guacamole, so then I wrote, as I was following you, I wrote the wrong spelling as you did. But the moment when you were trying to remove it, so I think you were too fast. So then when I was trying to
Okay.
follow, so I'm not too sure whether I'm still in the state where you are at the moment in terms of after changing that. I think the only thing that you did after that it was to rename how how Kamale. So then
Yeah,
in terms of the
guacamole,
git
yes.
status, I'm not sure whether it's like I'm in
Okay.
the correct stage, yeah,
Okay,
with you.
so let's do git status. So run git status. Okay. And then you should see on a certain branch, no commits yet. And then you might have this part, untracked files. Do you have that part?
I have it, but then in terms of this one, I think I changed the one that was correct, because when I see the spelling now, it's a mine is starting with an A followed by with a U, while yours is starting with a U and followed by with an A.
A. Okay, so if you want to change the name, then you use a command called move, so mv. So mv, and then the name of the file as it currently is. So for me, it's the U first. And then after that, your second argument is the name that you want to change it to. So I'm just going to put the same thing again. But for you, you'll need to change it from A first, followed by the U, to U, followed by A. Right? Because mine at the moment is spelled with the UA here. But here, yours will be spelled with A and then U. So you'll need to change it around.
Yes, after that, then
So
it's fine.
enter. Yeah, so it's told me they're the same file for me because, yeah. And then you can now go git status again. You'll see that you've still got untracked files, and it tells you nothing added to commit, but the untracked files are present. So use git add to track. So you can now go git add and then the file name. So guacamole.md. Guacamole.md. Okay. Then you can look at your status again. It's now told me that I've added it. There's no untracked files message anymore. It's now changes to be committed.
Sorry, Emily.
Yes.
So after we configured the way you showed me, I am still getting the warning when I say git add.
Okay, that might be because of the way that Nano's yeah, okay. It might be that it's now kept that information with the specific line endings from Nano when you made the original file. So even if you're trying to like commit now, it might not be happy. It's a little bit beyond what we normally go through, so don't worry about it for now.
All right, no problem.
Just keep going. There is more information on the content in the first page for you to look at if you want to. Yeah, but for now you can keep going how it is.
All right, thank you.
Okay, sure. Okay, so we looked at git status. We knew that there were untracked files, so they told us to do git add with the file, which we've done. We ran git add guacamole. We've checked the status again, and now it tells us that there's changes to be committed. So it now knows that it needs to track these changes because we've added it. It's now a file that needs to be tracked, but those changes themselves haven't been saved yet or committed yet. So changes to be committed, we have to do that with something called this command called git commit. So we're going to run this command. So git commit, and then we're going to have a flag with M, and that stands for message. So we're going to say, okay, we are going to save or commit these changes to the Git repository that we have. And we want to say, well, what did we do in this time? So we created a folder, a markdown file called guacamole, and we put some initial structure to it, like the headings. So our message is going to tell us what help us keep track of what we did in this sort of set of changes. So for us, I'm going to say create initial structure for a guacamole recipe. Okay, so I'm committing this change with the message attached to it that's going to be called create initial structure for a guacamole recipe. Right, when you press enter, a whole lot of information comes from that. So we're on branch main. So it's saying on our branch main, and it's a commit. And then there is this little identifier. For me, it's FB4D9AE, but for whoever has run this, it will be different for you. So what happened? They said, okay, we created this, and this is our message that came with our commit. And it's told us we changed one file and there's 3 insertions. So 3 insertions means we added characters on 3 lines within this file. Right. So when yes.
I think it's almost time for our break.
Yes. Okay, so should we do another 30-minute break?
Yeah, I think a 30 minutes break is fine.
Okay, and I see we still have questions. Skhumbuzo, yes?
Yes, I put a wrong command there when I was trying to put a git commit, and it's showing something that doesn't allow me to go back to. So it's like it say please enter the commit message for your changes, line stating, and when I'm trying to remove it or go to the terminal that I was working with, no, it's not showing me this $sign now. It's showing blue and purple like a text now. So I remember the other time when you said we must put control and you said control and X. It's control and C.
But I don't know if that's going to work. I don't know if that's going to work for you. I think the best thing is, can you take a picture of it and send it in the chat, please, so we can see exactly what you're seeing, and then we can help from there. Okay. Thanks. And then Zamajobe.
Hi.
Hi.
I don't know if you recall my issue. I couldn't locate desktop or documents. I couldn't locate
Yes.
anything. So then I tried deleting my Git and downloading it again, but now it's just not opening.
Oh dear. Okay. Okay, we'll try and solve that together now. Okay, I think I should say, is there anything that someone wants to ask before we go on the break? Otherwise, we'll see you at 11:15. Any issues and installation problems we'll deal with now. Okay, I'll see you guys at 11:15 if you're all comfortable with what we've covered before the session. It has now ended before the break. Okay. Right. So you say it's now completely broken.
Yes.
What does it show? So it's like just not even opening now at all.
Okay. Okay, I try and open it and I, press next 4 times and then I wait for it to install. And then when I try and open it again, it restarts the process.
So did you delete the old
Yes,
installation and then retry and install?
yes.
Okay, so let's see. I'm just gonna look on the installation for Windows now. Okay, so you downloaded the installer, you ran the installer and followed the steps with click on
Yes,
next 4 times. Okay, so
yes.
which number did you get up to until and then it suddenly stopped working?
What do you mean, which number?
So I'm looking at the installing Git for Windows
Yes.
instructions. So there's like step 1, download the Git for
Oh,
Windows
okay.
installer. 2,
I
run the
com
install.
I completed the whole process and then it was installing. After it finishes installing, when I press finish, it doesn't open. So when I try opening it again, it restarts the process.
So you clicked on finish.
Yes.
And then you went to what, to your Windows Home.
I went to downloads to try and open it again because it didn't open when I pressed
Ah,
finish.
okay. When you went to downloads, did you open up the installer again, or did you open up the actual finished program?
Okay, I get
I
you.
think I think you might have opened the installer again. So in when you go into your search bar, maybe you can search for Git for Windows and
Mm,
instead of
okay.
clicking on downloads for the installer again.
Okay.
Does that maybe that will,
Um,
is it now still reinstalling itself?
okay, it's not opening.
Is it
Nothing
still in,
happened.
is it
It's
still
not installing.
installing?
It's not
So you
installing.
finished.
Nothing happened. Yes.
So you clicked on finish and now nothing is working. Okay, so you've opened the command prompt or start menu and then command. So
Pardon?
have you done the part for the home environment variable setup?
It's not opening. Like
Um,
after installing it and I search for it, I then press and it's not opening. Nothing is happening.
is it just for Git or has it messed anything else up? So if you try and open like Google or anything like that, is that all fine?
Yes, that's all fine.
Okay. So you can find the icon, but then when you click on it, it doesn't open.
Yes.
Um, okay. Let me see if I can figure this out. Uh,
Okay, it's open now.
oh, is it open? Okay.
Yes.
Did it just take a bit of time?
Yes, took a bit of time.
Okay. Okay. So if you now, let me clear. If you now go git dash dash version,
Can I just view your screen
yeah,
and my, yes, I can see your screen now.
yeah. So if you
Um,
type git dash dash version,
yeah, version 2.2.53.
there we go. That's fine. Doesn't have to be the same as mine. And now type print working directory, pwd.
Showing forward slash.
Um, so it's just forward slash.
Yes.
Okay. So you're on Windows. So maybe try doing CD, like how I'm writing it here,
Yes.
slash users, slash, and then what's the name of you as a user? So if you go into your file explorer, you'll see users. So this PC, local disk C, users, and then there's like a whole lot of folders, which you should have your name. So like on my Windows machine, it's Emily, but it'll be different for your one.
So I should go on,
So open up File Explorer
yes,
and then maybe go to like your downloads, for example. Or,
yes,
okay, actually it doesn't show it there. Okay, go to this PC,
okay.
click on your local disk, should probably be C drive.
Local disk, yes,
And then click, so you're in local disk. Now find users, the users folder.
yeah.
And then what's the name of your user?
Yes, I can see it. So I
Okay,
should,
so
okay,
put your username there. Mine is Emily, but, and
okay.
then, and then desktop, and then run that. So enter.
Oh, okay, I did something wrong with the command. Let me just sort it out.
Okay.
Okay, it says no such file or directory.
Okay, just try C again, like that.
C,
Mm-hmm. Because that's your local disk is called C.
it says command not found.
So have you done CD space dash, not dash, forward slash? I don't know, forward or backslash, C, and then another slash. How I have it in
Okay,
the
it just
in
says
Zoom.
Sithole at Zamajobe, MINGW64/C.
Great. Okay. Now go CD users like this.
Okay, I'm at users now.
Okay. Now your name, CD name, whatever your name
Okay,
is for this computer.
I'm inside.
Okay. And now go LS.
Um,
Can you see anything like desktop, documents, anything,
okay,
any
okay, I'm
files like
seeing
that?
desktop.ini.
We want a folder, so
Okay, I can see
LS.
documents.
Okay, then work in documents. So go CD documents.
I'm in documents now.
Okay, there we go. And then now try git dash dash version.
Yes,
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna go into desktop, but you stay in
documents.
documents. Then you're going to make a directory called recipes.
mkdir.
Make, yes, mkdir for make
Yes,
directory. Recipes, press enter.
mkdir. Okay, yes, I did press enter.
Okay, so now you should see recipes when you type ls.
Yes, I can see recipes.
Okay, then go into the folder. So change directory, cd recipes.
Yes,
And then from there, you'll go um, run the command git init, enter.
yes.
Okay.
Okay.
And then if you go ls,
Okay.
you won't see guacamole there yet. So you'll see nothing, right? When you
Yes,
run that.
nothing. Sorry.
So, yes.
So it's okay if I do not configure my Git.
Okay, right. Yes, let's configure your Git.
Okay.
So git config global. So we're configuring Git with global, then user dot name, and then your name. So mine is Emily Morgan.
The name
Okay.
of, okay, my name. Okay. Git.config.
Rahima, are you here?
Yes. Okay, I'm here. I'm trying to respond to some of these messages.
Okay, you're also getting messages. Okay,
Yeah.
because Kumbuza's also.
Yeah, I'm responding to Skumbuzo in the messages right now.
Oh, okay, because I'm getting other ones that keep coming. Okay, right.
Are they
Okay,
coming
cool.
to your direct messages?
Yeah, they're going to the full chat.
Oh, okay. So Skumbuzo is saying, I'm here. How do I get to the
To the
right
right
terminal?
term. So something happened with the commit. Instead of an O, it was an I, but it's a bit strange. I'm not sure. I haven't seen that.
Is this a terminal or a text
It
editor?
looks it looks like a text editor.
Oh, okay. So then Skumbuzo, you can try pressing Control X. Try Control X.
Seemingly it's like it doesn't go to the space, to the stage where there is this dollar sign. So it looked like now it is stopping the terminal to continue. So I'm not too sure how to get out of this one,
What
because
was the
all this
initial thing that you did? Sorry, what is the initial did that you think that you did to get here?
I wrote git commit. Instead of commit, I put an I there.
Oh, instead of commit,
Yes, I
instead
wrote
of
CI.
oh,
CI
so you
instead
wrote
of
commit.
CO. Yeah.
Okay, so and you've tried Control X, it doesn't work. Control X.
So it's flashing, but
Did you
nothing is
try doing
changing.
Control X? Sorry?
Yes. So if I'm trying Control X, it's flashing. So, but then it's come back to the stage where it was before.
Wait, it flashes.
Yes.
Like it flashes a line. Okay, try Control
No.
D.
Control D.
Mm.
Okay. Uh, no, even that one, it's not working.
Control Z.
Controls, okay.
So all of those, it flashes. So then it's come back to the stage where it was. But
Wait,
this
are you
other commands
using
that I was
Nano
doing
or are you
before,
using Vim?
I'm
This
using
looks
GitHub.
like a text editor. Sorry?
I'm using Git.
You're
Git.
using Git.
Yes.
So you're on the terminal.
Yes. So all these previous commands that I was doing before, from the beginning, it's still there, but it's just that now from that stage page. So it's look like it will not continue until maybe I do something so that it proceeds from where it was from all these other steps that we were doing from the beginning.
Okay, let me try and replicate what you're saying, because if I type git commit guacamole, so I'm gonna try and say do what. But when I do git commit, as you're saying, it's not giving me the message.
In your side. So in my side, I think it gives me an error because I was trying to follow on the instructions that Emily was doing. I think before she wrote the dash and M, so I pressed enter.
Oh, okay, right. So you did git commit like that.
Yes.
Enter.
Then after I pressed enter.
Okay, so now Git is then asking you to write a message that comes with commit, but the problem is that you didn't spell commit correctly.
Correctly, yeah.
Do I want to do I want to try and run this and see? Okay, I should be able to work out how. Okay, I'm gonna replicate what you've done, okay? So when I did that, it did git commit is not a git command, see git help. So did you see that come up?
I don't think so. I don't think
Well,
so because I
then you
saw
would have,
something.
then I think what you
I
did
saw
is git
something. Yes,
called
I
git
saw
commit.
something which was not familiar to me. So then I tried to press Control and X as you stated in the initial stage. Then it also gives me an error. So now, yeah.
So did you then maybe run git commit like this? Okay, well, okay, let me make a quick change, right? You don't have to do this. Nano guacamole. I'm just going to add something new thing. Okay. Save, yes. Enter. Okay, git status. I've now modified it. I'm going to go git add guacamole, and I'm going to go git commit, like maybe what you did, okay? And you got this. Is
Yeah,
that
I
what
think
you
that is
got?
what he got. I think that is what he got.
Okay, so what happened is that you didn't give it a message, so it's telling you give me a message now. So I would say added line of instructions here. But I think what you did was then try to write git commit and then the full instruction, even though you were in Nano. So I think you might be in Nano, but now it's all a bit strange based on what you've got there. Nothing in register. I think honestly, the best thing is going to be to just close that terminal and redo the step.
So when I do that, then I will be able to continue where I ended, or I will be starting a new terminal now.
You'll have to probably start a new terminal if Control X isn't working.
So if I press Control X, so down there it shows that error that's an exponent sign with an X and mode and yeah, and there is another thing that is not easy to read it.
Okay, can you paste the image, the photo of
Yeah.
what you're saying you have after Control X?
Okay, because if I press Control D, it says definition completion and that thing, and it says pattern not found.
Yeah, it's because you're working in Nano. So we were trying to work out where you were. Um, So at this point, we're just trying to we're trying to get a commit message for you done and then close it.
So you
So
can, so it's kind of waiting for a message from you. You can just type anything and then say Control O and then Control X. Type
Control O,
anything.
yes,
Yes. After Control O, say Enter. Press Enter
yes.
and then Control X.
I know it's not. So the issue is in terms of even the cursor. So I'm not too sure where where must I type it, because
Just try
it's like
start
that
typing.
dollar
Start
sign has
typing and then
disappeared.
you'll see where the cursor is. Type,
Okay.
just type without, then see if your cursor will show itself.
Yes, I can see the cursor. So when you said I must try to write something, just anything, so I was able to do that. But then the issue is I'm not too sure whether I was writing in a correct, because I wrote that one before those bluish text starting with an hash, with a hash, because it says here. There is a
Yes.
hash. It says, please enter the commit message for your changes. Line starting with hash will be ignored, and an empty message about the commit.
Yes.
Yes, so it's telling you you don't have a message right at the top. So you need to be at the first line right at the top and put your git commit message at the top there.
Okay.
So something like added initial structure in your first part right at the top of your nano.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Now
And
try and save. Control O, Control X.
Control O, Control X.
Control
So
O,
it's
enter,
flashing.
then Control X.
Okay, then no. So I think maybe the best way, I need to close this one, because I don't
Yeah.
think it will. Yeah.
Close the terminal. Close the terminal and then go back to desktop recipes and then do git status and see where you are in the process.
Hi,
So,
Emily.
hi. Yes, let's
Um,
carry on.
so
Yes.
when I was trying to configure, it just says git config, global username, error, could not lock config file, user profiles, no such file or directory.
Oh, okay. You maybe for that, then you need to create a new file. Um, Let me see.
So what do I do?
So can you repeat exactly what the error was?
It says git config, global user.name, and then my
Yeah.
username, error,
Yes.
could not lock config file, percentage user profile, percentage slash forward dot git config, no such file or directory.
Uh, Okay, that's because it can't find your home directory. So at the end of the installation instructions, there was that third step. Where is it? If your home environment variable is not set or you don't know what this is, open the command prompt. So open Start menu and type CMD and press Enter.
So I should type CMD.
So open your Start menu,
Okay. My
type
laptop name.
CMD,
Okay.
and do command prompt.
Okay.
Okay. And then you need to type it exactly like this. I'm gonna show you now. Set X home,
Set X home.
then $user profile, and then extra percent sign at the end. So it must look exactly like that.
Set X home space percent
So
user.
set X space
Yes.
home, all capitals,
Yes.
space, open inverted commas, percent
Percent
sign, user profile, all in capitals, percent sign, close inverted commas.
Yes.
Okay, press enter.
Specified value was saved.
Great. Then type exit
Okay.
and press enter.
Now it's back to my.
Now try again.
Okay. Still the same issue.
Did you close your terminal and open it again?
No, I didn't close it.
Okay, you're gonna have to close it for it to save
Okay.
yeah.
So, cool. Well, I don't know how to pronounce your name. Gemma, were you able to get your Git status and see if you need to do a commit?
So I closed that terminal and try to go to the folder for recipes. When I try to open it, so the default program to open it, it's Visual, what is it? So, but
VS
then I was
Code.
unable.
VS Code.
Yes, I was unable to open it with that one. So I tried to start a new terminal for Git. So then I'm trying now to go back to, I'm trying to go to the folder and try to open it there and see whether it will allow me to open it.
Open what? The guacamole.md or?
Yes, I'm trying that. I'm not sure whether it will allow me.
So you're in recipes folder.
Are you in the recipes folder?
Yes, I'm in recipes folder.
Can you run this for me, please? Git status.
Yeah.
Yes, it's fine. It's saying no commits yet. Changes to be committed.
Okay, so now you can go git commit with the message and then added initial structure. And when you're happy with the message and your inverted commas, then you can press enter. Did it work?
It says one file change, 3 insertions.
Yeah,
Create
there we
more.
go. You did it. You did it.
Oh, okay. No, thanks.
Okay, there we go. Right. I think the break has finished now. So are people back? Can you do like a thumbs up if you've come back from the break? I'm seeing some thumbs up. Okay. Right. So let's carry on. Okay, so the last thing that I had run before the break was I ran git commit with the message create initial structure for a guacamole recipe. So I'd run that. It's not going to show me anything now because I've got nothing to commit. So if I try and run this again, it says nothing to commit, working tree clean, because I didn't add anything new. But at the time when we had something new added, we would have gotten a message with this main root commit with a number, then the message, and then there was one file changed with three insertions, and that was where we left off. Right, so if we run git status now, it tells us we're on our branch main and we've got nothing to commit and the working tree is clean. That's because we've committed our changes now. So it's saying everything is up to date. So if you want to know what's been done before, there's a new command that we can run called git log. Mine's going to be a bit different because I did a second commit during the break, so don't worry. So you see here, I've got two commits. So let's look at the bottom one first. This is probably what you will see yourselves if you just did one commit. So you've got commit, and then the specific identifier we saw at the beginning. So my identifier, it usually gives maybe like these first ones here in the message when you've committed, but here you have the full length of that unique identifier for your commit. Then it tells me I committed it. So because we set my username and my email, so it says I've committed and my campus email, and it told me when I committed. And at the bottom, it tells me, well, what was the message that I gave with my commit? So create initial structure for a guacamole recipe. And then the second time, so you might see this, that the head is pointing to main here at the bottom. But because
Excuse
I
me,
did,
Emily.
yes,
How did you get to the terminal that's open right now? Like, how did you open this?
I wrote git log
Ah, I see. Thank you.
and then enter. So if you've committed, you will see stuff in this log. If you haven't committed yet, so if you wrote the command git commit with -m in the message, you will see this come up. If you haven't run that yet, like you've only run git init or git add, then you won't see this coming up. And then because I did a second commit, you can see that I did a second commit and my commit was called added line of instructions. So at the moment, when we began with recipes, we did git init. You don't have to do this again. I'm just going through the main commands we used. So we did git init. Then we created our guacamole file, added in some lines within the file with nano. So we would do nano guacamole.md. We put some things in the file. We did exit with Control X. It would ask you to save when you added new stuff to it. Then we did git status. Maybe what I should do is actually show what it looks like. Exit, we saved, enter to save. Git status, we had this thing where we were on the branch main. We saw that there were some changes that weren't staged for commit, so we'd modified this file, and it tells you to use git add. So then it says, then I will go git add that file, guacamole, git add guacamole.md, so we can track the changes, so the changes that we've made with git add. And now we can look at status again, git status, and it tells us now it's not that the changes aren't staged for commit, it's now the changes that now need to be committed. So it remembers that we've now see that we've modified this and we can commit it now. So we'll go git commit with the message, maybe removed instruction. And then it tells me I removed an instruction, I changed one file, and I deleted one line. So that's the main order. You go right at the beginning of the project, git init, do the changes you want, git add, and then the name of the files that you want to save the changes for, check with git status that what you've got is what you want, and then git commit with the message that you want it to save. And then we can check our git log to see what all we've been doing. Because I did a third change, I've now got 3 commits here. People with me, or am I confusing you? I'm seeing some thumbs up. Okay, so now I'm going to talk more about what we're going to do another example now together. We're going to make another change. So let's change our guacamole again. So nano guacamole.md. So go in here. And now we're going to add our ingredients to guacamole. So I'm going to use another special character here. It's a star and a space. So star is for listing. So it will make like a little point form dot when it's sort of rendered. Avocado. So for our ingredients of guacamole, we want an avocado, another star space, lemon, and then star space salt. So those are our 3 ingredients that we're adding into our recipe. So avocado, lemon, and salt. Okay. So those will be points. And then I want to exit, Control X, save in the modified buffer. Yes, so we want to save our changes here in our file and rewriting to guacamole.md. So enter. And let's check, has that come up? So we use the command cat guacamole.md. And yes, we've got these lines: guacamole, ingredients, avocado, lemon, salt, and our instructions. And then we can run git status again. And we've now got on branch main, there's changes not staged for the commit guacamole.md. So we haven't done the git add for these new changes yet. We've just made the changes and saved for that folder. We haven't added or staged these changes on the git side. So this is always important to look for. No changes added to commit. Use git add and or git commit A. So we changed the file, but we haven't told Git, oh, we actually want to keep these changes that we've made over here. So now we can see, okay, we know that this file has changed since our last commit. But what is that change, right? We might have been working on this for like, I don't know, like a day or two, and we're finally ready to save our changes to Git, and we've forgotten what our initial file looked like when we last committed it in Git. So we can use the command called git diff. Okay, so git diff, git diff. Now we have some information that it's telling us. So we've got quite a few lines. Okay, so this first line, it's telling us that we are comparing this version of guacamole.md A with another version of guacamole.md called B. Then it's saying in the second line that guacamole.md is its identifier. So remember when we did the commit, there was like this, it's like a specific label for this version, which is what we committed before, and then what our current version is now. What it's saying here again is the file being changed. So our first version of guacamole and our second version of guacamole. And now getting to this part now is telling us where these changes have been made. So in the white part, these white characters, it's no change. So in both forms of the file, we had our heading guacamole and ingredients and instructions at the bottom. Now you see this bit in green over here. Those are things that have been added to the second file, the second version of the file. So we added this star avocado, star lemon, star salt in our new modified version. So that's the difference between what our last commit was and what we've currently got after our after changing our file. So if you're not sure what you have added or deleted or whatever since you last committed, you can use git diff to see what's going on there.
Hey, Emily, I
Yeah.
have been kicked out for a moment. So can you please catch me up to where you are? The last thing I did was edit my guacamole.md file on Nano and edit the ingredients of avocado, lemon, and salt. So I don't know. How did you proceed from
Okay,
there?
so did you save? Did you save from so the Control X?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay.
I did save.
Okay. So now you can look at git status
Okay.
and you can see that there is this modification that has happened.
Okay, modify guacamole.md. Yes, I see
.md,
that.
but it hasn't been staged. So what we then did
Oh,
was
so I
ran
git
in.
add. Should I git
No,
add
don't.
and then commit?
No, not yet. Not yet.
Right.
We're looking at something a bit different this time. So
Oh,
now
okay.
we're doing something called git diff. So we want to see what the difference was between our commit that we did and what our new file is now containing. So git space diff. And then you enter, and
yes.
it gives you this information here.
Okay, I see that.
So yeah, so it's telling you the difference between the two files. So your original file that you'd committed, so your last commit, and then this is your current file, which you haven't added or committed or anything. It's like the latest version.
Okay.
And it's telling you what their unique identifiers are here.
All right.
And then it's saying here, these areas, I think depending on what you're looking at, in my one, it's white characters if no changes have been made. So if those were there in both sets. And then this green is telling you that in the newer version, you've added these lines.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. I do see
So
that. Thank you.
that's what it's, yeah. So you want to know this because if you've been working on a file for a long time and you don't remember what the last commit looked like, you can use git diff to see what changes you've made since your last commit.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Sure. Okay. So we've looked at the difference. Okay, so let's commit. Let's go git commit with our message, add ingredients for basic guacamole. Whenever you try and commit a message, try and make it descriptive, so not too long. A message, you don't want to like try and read paragraphs upon paragraphs of all the stuff you've made, but sort of just give like the overarching, this is what the main change is that we've made since our last commit. So git commit -m because we're giving it the message, add ingredients for basic guacamole. Okay, let's enter. And it tells us this on branch main, changes not staged for commit. No changes added to commit. So our commit didn't work. It didn't work because we didn't use git add. So there was nothing in git add. So when you tried to commit, it was like, I have nothing there. What can I do? I'm just telling you, hey, you've got these changes, but you haven't staged them yet. So you haven't done git add yet. So we can't commit for you. So, oops. Okay. So we have to do our git add guacamole first.
Those what? I was saying I'm going to slumber. And I'm like,
Do you have a question? Whoever's... Does someone have a question? Someone was talking. Samajobe, I think your mic's on. Do you have a question?
No, that was a mistake.
Okay, okay, no problem. Okay, so we've added, so now we can try our commit again. So git commit with our message, added ingredients for basic guacamole. Git commit -m, added ingredients for basic guacamole. Now we have our commit. So we've got our new identifier. We're on our branch main. We've got our message here, added ingredients for basic guacamole, and it's told us that we changed one file and we added 3 lines into it, which makes sense because we added in the 3 ingredients. Right. So it's very important to remember that before you do git commit, you have to do git add, because the way that git works is that, let's say you have maybe like 5 different files that you're working on here in your folder recipes, and let's say you're happy with only 2 of the 5 that you've made changes to. You will then want to add before committing just those 2 files and then commit them, because maybe you're not happy with the other 3 recipes that you've written down yet. So you don't want to save those changes to Git yet. So that's why they have this add. So Git add tells you, I want to track changes for these specific files that I'm going to look at, that I've listed here. And then from there, you can do the git commit so that it actually keeps track of those changes afterwards. So there's 2 steps. It's very important. It's always git add, then git commit. Okay. So what you might hear is you have your changes, like your files that have been modified. So when you do git status, there were things where it says it's not tracked yet, or there are changes, but it hasn't been staged yet. So Git has a very specific area called the staging area. So that's where when you go git add and then the name of the file that you've got, that file is going to be kept in the staging area. That's why they say it's been staged or changes haven't been staged yet. It's just a specific term that Git uses. And then that is in the staging area, but you haven't actually put it in the repository yet. When you put it in the repository, that's git commit. Does that sort of make sense? I can maybe try and find a picture for you to sort of show what it looks like. Do people want the picture?
I may ask a
Yes,
question,
please. That
please.
would be appreciated.
Okay, I'll start looking for it. But yes, you can ask a question in the meantime.
So let's say you edited the document on Nano and your power ran out and your PC died before you could do git add and git commit. Then does
Yes.
that mean your changes will not be tracked? Sorry, that's a dumb question, but
No. Okay, so did you save on Nano beforehand? So did
yeah,
you do Control X? Okay, but you hadn't reached git add yet.
yeah. No, so it's a hypothetical scenario
Yes,
that
yes,
I'm
yes, yes,
yeah,
yes.
yeah.
I'm just
So
trying to work out it's at that point. Yes.
yeah, so
So
you saved
so
on
okay.
Nano.
Yeah, so you've then it's absolutely fine. Let's say the power goes off, comes back 4 hours later. Then it will still be the same thing with git status. You'll see that there's been a modification to the that file, so it'll be in that red color, but it won't be staged. Those changes won't be staged yet. So Git has its own way of saving compared to you saving the file in your laptop.
Okay.
So if you saved with Nano, it is saved on your computer.
Okay. Perfect.
So the
Thank you.
file, yeah. So git add and git commit are separate. It's saving it to the repository. So it's saving like a version in your repository. But the actual file is still there. It's all safe. It's what it is in your after changing it in Nano.
That was a great question there, Rahima.
Yeah, it was a very good question.
How we know? It was a great question. Thank you so much.
Okay. I'm just going to stop sharing my terminal and now share. Okay, are you seeing it now? There's like this picture here where there's like a document, then like an arrow with git add, a staging area. Are you able to see that? Okay, cool. So what happens is you make your changes, as you can see. So you have this document, so that could be like our guacamole.md. And the black lines are the characters that have always been there. And let's say you've added something new here in the green part. So when you go git add, it keeps just this bit of change, just that line difference in the staging area. Because remember, it's already, if you've already committed once before, it's already knows what that previous version looked like. So what it's saving here is this difference, this change between the two in the staging area. And then this is because this person decided that they're going to add this document to the staging area with git add. And then after that, they decided, okay, let's now commit it so that we save it in the Git repository in that hidden folder over there, that this change is important enough that we want to commit it and for us to keep track that that change indeed happened. Because at this point in the middle, you can always unstage. If you're suddenly unhappy with, oh dear, actually, I didn't want all of this change, or I made a mistake here, you can still go backwards and get yourself off the area, make your changes, do git add again, and then commit. So just remember there are two steps. There's git add and git commit. I'm not sure if I've explained this very well. Are there any questions? Because do you understand that there's two separate parts and there's like a middle area called the staging area where you're saying, these are the changes I want you to keep. Because there could be maybe a second file over here which has its own set of changes, but you don't want to commit it yet, so you don't add it to the staging area. You saying at git add, I want you to keep track of these modifications now, and then it's in the staging area, and then go, okay, now I want to commit all these changes together with git commit with this message, and then it gets saved to the repository with those sets of changes. Let me look at yeah, are there any questions? You're welcome to put your hand up or anything at this point if this isn't making sense. I'm not seeing any hands at this point, so I'm going to stop sharing that and go back to our terminal. Okay, we are back to the terminal. Right. So we've just committed our ingredients, but we made a little bit of a mistake. We want to actually make our lemon into a lime. So let's change that. So we'll use our text editor nano again. So nano guacamole.md. And you see here we've got lemon. And we're like, oh dear, we actually wanted to use lime instead. Make it more authentic. Okay, so now we can do our Control X to exit, save, yes, capital Y, and then enter because we want to save to that file again. And let's check, did we actually change it properly? So we use cat for concatenate, guacamole. We want to see what is inside that file. And let's see our ingredients, avocado, lime, salt. So our change did get saved in our document. And now let's see, okay, how different is it between our last commit and what we have now? Does anyone want to guess at what command we can use? So I want to know, okay, which line has changed compared to our last commit? What git command do I use to see that? Yes, git diff. So git diff tells us, okay, within our 6 lines, we now have a little bit of a difference, right? Because we actually removed this lemon and instead added lime. So it's telling us this line has gone from our this commit that we had, and lime has appeared now instead. So that's the difference between the two versions. So A is our version that was last committed, and B is what we've literally just changed now. Okay. And then git status tells us whether we have staged anything. So have we run git add or git commit yet? So are there any changes to our file that we haven't tracked yet using git? So git status tells us, yes, there is a change. We have changed guacamole.md since we last committed, but it doesn't tell us exactly what has changed within that file. So that's when we use git diff to see what has changed within the file. Okay, are we good so far? So we've replaced the one line. And okay, now let's do our git add guacamole. And now let's do something a little different. Instead of going straight to commit, we're going to do git diff again. So let's see what happens when we run this now. We have absolutely nothing inside there. So when you've added the file to the stage, so we haven't committed yet. It's still just staged. But even though we've just staged it, git diff now can't tell the difference between what was last committed and our file because we've now staged the changes for our commit. So that's a little bit different. You might have expected there to still be this difference that you're seeing until you've committed that change from lemon to lime. But as soon as you add, you're not going to see those differences with git diff anymore. But that's because we haven't given it a flag. If you want to see the difference, you can add the flag staged, so git diff staged. And then it's back to, oh, okay, this is the difference between my commit and when it's been staged. Is that okay, or have I lost people with that? So be careful when using git diff, knowing whether you've already staged it with git add or whether you haven't staged it yet. I'm not seeing any hands or any problems. Although, yeah, okay. Just put in the chat or anything if you're confused with this part over here, and I will explain again. And then, okay, so we've done our git add. We've seen how git diff behaves and that you have to use staged if you want to see the difference after you've done git add between the commit and what you've added. And then you can finally go git commit with the message modify guacamole to the traditional recipe. Let's see, does this work? There we go. We've got the commit with its unique number, the associated message, and that we changed one file. And here we have one insertion and one deletion because we deleted the part which said lemon and we inserted the part where it said lime. So we didn't just add new lines now, we actually changed one line. So that's seen as both an insertion and a deletion. Okay, and now we can check again. Is everything looking okay with our git status? We're on our main branch, nothing to commit, and the working tree is clean. So there's no other modified files that we haven't added and committed yet. And now we can also use our git log to again see what all these commits we've been doing have been. I've now got quite a long log because I've done quite a few different commits. So the one at the bottom is the first commit you did, and the one right at the top of this is the latest commit you've done. So yeah, so here we created the initial structure for guacamole recipe. Then I added in a line of instructions and removed a line of instructions there. Then here I added the ingredients for the basic guacamole, and here I modified the guacamole to the traditional recipe. So we actually know at each of these stages what was in our guacamole recipe because we gave them descriptive messages. Okay. You can also give a flag for git log. So let's say you've maybe committed maybe almost like 50 times or something, and you don't want to see all 50 commit messages again. You can go dash and then the number of commits you want to see, and that shows the latest number of commits. So for me, because I've done -3, it should show me just the last 3 commits that I did. So just removed instruction, added ingredients for basic guacamole, and modify guacamole to traditional recipe. And if I did maybe just 1, so git log only show 1, it only shows the latest commit that I did, not the first one. The one that I've just done. Modify guacamole to traditional recipe. And if you're getting a lot of information, you can also do git log 1 line, and then it only gives you your messages for each of your commits that you did. Rahima, yes.
Hi, sorry, this is another dumb question, but a
No,
practical
no.
one. So, as every time we commit, right? So, once you've added to the stage and you commit, you need to attach a message. So,
Yes.
let's say you're working on a big document. You can't commit the entire time. So, would you just like complete a paragraph, and when you are ready with that paragraph or ready with that version of the document, you just commit that? Because a lot of us are so used to pressing, Control F.
Controls,
And
yes.
now you constantly have to add a message when you're changing something. So I'm just trying to, yeah, like in a
Yes.
practical sense, how
Yeah,
would,
no, that's perfect. Yeah. So yes, often you will like wait until a certain part is finished. So um, let's say you're now happy with your, I don't know, your methods section. You can then git add, git commit, completed first draft of methods, something like that. Because remember, your file is still being saved on your local machine. It's just at what point do you want to be able to roll back? So let's say you're writing an essay and you wait until you've completed writing everything before you git add and git commit. So suddenly it will go from an empty document to your entire essay there. And then it's difficult to go back and say, oh, I made a mistake in the methods section at this part, and I actually want to just go back to before I'd done that change, because there is no way to go back. You've only got the one version where there was nothing in your file or everything in your file. Whereas with commits, if you do them regularly enough, if you're suddenly like, oh, actually, I'm not so happy with this commit that I've just done, you can go, okay, I can just go back one or back two, just to where I was over here, where everything was working and fine. There's some like funny formatting thing that suddenly happened, and it's like, oh dear, but I know two commits ago it was all fine. So you can just go back to that part. So just be careful. You don't want to save too often, but don't like leave it until the thing is pretty much completed before saving for the first time either, if that makes sense.
So does this mean that with every commit that we save, it's like a saved version at the time?
Yes, exactly.
Okay,
So I can go back to any of those commits and see what the file looked like at that point. Yeah. Okay. Any more questions? Okay. I see we've got about an hour left. Let me just quickly check to see. Okay, so we're going to be, could you possibly show us how that's done? Yes, that's in the next module part. So I'm going to quickly explain one little bit at the end here, and then we'll be going on to how to roll back to older commits in the next part. Okay, so there's one very important thing you need to know about Git. So as you've been seeing, we've been working with a file called guacamole.md. Git can track changes for files, but if you just create a folder, you can't just add that. So let me show you an example. Okay, so we're in our recipes, and let's say we're going to make a folder called cakes to store our cake recipes. So make directory mkdir cakes. Okay. And now I'm like, okay, I've decided this, and I want to commit that I've now got this folder that's going to hold my cake recipes. So we can go git status. It says on branch main, nothing to commit. So when we'd added a file before, it told us that there were untracked changes, but it's not telling us that when we've made our cakes folder. So let's just double check. Yes, cakes is there when I list. But okay, well, maybe it just isn't seeing it in status. So let's try and add it. Okay, so we're going to git add our cakes folder. Okay, well, it didn't tell us nothing happened. So let's go git status. Still nothing. So it's just not appearing. So if I try to git commit with the message added cakes folder, it can't. So it can't see when you've made a new folder. So it only sees when you've made a new file, and it will allow you to commit that. So at this point, we're not being able to commit our cakes folder. But if you create this directory and populate it with files, so as soon as you make new files, you can add all of them into the directory at once. Okay, right. You can then stage everything. So it's going to see both the new folder and your files. So I'm not sure if you saw this yesterday, this command from Shell. Have you seen touch? Do you know what the touch command does?
I don't think I got to the point of explaining it to them.
Touch. Okay.
Yeah, but touch basically just it creates a new file. Touch then file name it creates a new file called maybe cakes. Oh, okay, she can explain it.
Yeah, I'll explain. Okay, so
Mhm.
when you say touch, it's not going to open up the text editor for you to start putting stuff inside your file, your new file. All it's doing is creating this new file inside, but there's going to be nothing. So let me try this now. So I'm saying inside my cakes folder, I want to now have a file called brownie. And so if we run touch, that seems to run. So if I list, okay, I've got cakes. So if I go into cakes, cd cakes, I've now got a file called brownie. So if you'd run something like nano brownie, it would have opened up that file and you could have started typing stuff in. But with touch, it literally just creates the file, but it's empty. And then I'm just going to get back out of the cakes folder. And then, oh wait, I never showed you that it was actually empty. Let me show you that. So cd cakes. And let's do cat brownie. And it shows nothing because it's empty. Okay, let's get back out of the cakes directory. And now with touch, you can make as many files as you want at the same time. So we've made brownie, so let's do lemon drizzle and okay, brownie, when we did that, it's not a txt or an MD file. It's actually, it doesn't have an extension at all. So we didn't say. You could write .txt if you wanted. In their example, it's literally just making a file. It doesn't have an extension. Yeah. So let's do maybe lemondrizzle.txt and also carrot cake.txt. So you can you can make as many new files as you want with touch. You don't have to do them one by one. So if we now go into cakes, cd cakes, let's see, ls, we've got brownie, carrotcake.txt, and lemondrizzle.txt. Okay, great. And now if we go back out of cakes and look at our status now, git status, we can now see that there are untracked files within our folder called cakes. And now you can go git add cakes. So you don't have to say, I want to add brownie from cakes, lemon drizzle from cakes, and carrotcake.txt from cakes. You can just say git add and then the whole folder name. So git add cakes. Okay, and then let's get status again. And now it tells us, okay, because you did git add cakes, we've now in the stage have this new file, brownie, carrotcake.txt, and lemondrizzle.txt, all from our cakes folder. So you don't have to literally write out every single file every time, especially if they're within their own folder. And then let's commit these changes. So git commit with our message, add some initial cake. Okay, and run that. And now with our commit, we see within this commit, we added 3 whole new files. No insertions or deletions because we didn't have any changes within those files. So we didn't write any sentences or anything within those 3 files. And then it has now saved or committed all 3 of those files now. Okay. If you want to, you can always go git add cakes, brownie, and cakes, lemon, drizzle.txt. If you don't want to, for example, save carrot cake or stage it yet. So there is some different ways of doing it, but you can play around and see what works for you, and also whether you're working with lots of different files all at the same time, making modifications, and are only happy to commit some of those changes at one time. Okay, so I'm now going to go on to exploring history. So we want to see our most recent commit. So, okay, we're going to make another change. So nano to guacamole. So we're back to guacamole.md again. So if you can all follow along, nano guacamole.md. And now we're going to write in our instructions an ill-considered change. Okay, so basically, let's say we were making a change to something like this, and what we changed actually wasn't very well thought out, and actually maybe it's a bit of a problem that we did. But okay, we're going to save it. And right. Okay, so Control X, capital Y, enter. And let's see. Okay, we're going to do git diff. Okay, if we run git diff, we're going to see some differences here. Okay, so between guacamole.md here, our last commit, and what we currently have, we have just one insertion with an ill-considered change. This blue part here, they just shorten the what the 2 files will look like, because if they're exactly the same, they're not going to print out the entire contents of those files where it's all exactly the same. So that's why you're not seeing guacamole, ingredients, etc. at the top here, because they're both the same in both files. So if there are enough lines all in a row with no changes, then it just sort of reduces what it's printing out there. So it's only really going to show you the areas where there's actual changes happening. Okay. And you can also do git diff head. So head is a specific name. That's the thing that's where you are looking at, which is the last, usually where the most recent commit has been. So git diff head, and then guacamole, and you get exactly the same thing, because we're looking at where the last commit was with what we've just changed now. So head is like the default. It's like pretend that it's just hidden over here. That's what your default will always give you. Okay. But maybe we don't always want to check how different it is between the head, like your most recent commit, and what you've got now. Maybe you want to see what happened maybe 2 commits ago. So you can go git diff head, then your tilde sign, and then however many before head you want. So let's just do one. So one before our previous commit, and then guacamole. It's still exactly the same difference. Okay, maybe try 2 commits before. And here we see, oh, this was at the time where we originally had lemon and we changed it to lime. And we've also got this new sentence over there. So you can sort of go back in time, however many commits you've done by using this argument head, tilde, and then however many commits before head you want. Is that making sense? Have I lost people or are you okay? Just please give me, okay, see 1 thumbs up. If you have questions or if you're a bit lost, just raise your hand and you can ask. Okay, I'm going to keep going for now, but if you ever have a question, just raise your hand and I'll get to you. Okay, so you don't only have to use this with git diff. There's another command you can use called git show. So maybe git show. This shows quite a lot of different things. So the last one was added some initial cakes. So that's telling me this last commit, this is the commit we did, this was the message with it, and these are the changes that we did that happened from the previous commit to that. So this is our head that we're looking at, and it's showing us the difference between the one that was just 1 commit before that. We can do the same thing where we can see git show head tilde 2, and let's say for guacamole this time. So we can see that 2 away from head, our commit was we added ingredients for basic guacamole. And there was, we added avocado, lemon, and salt. So you're able to go and look and basically find which commit you want to see, because at some point you might want to go back to one of those commits. So you need to be able to identify which commit it was, how many away from head it was. So that's why git show and git diff are quite nice to use. Okay. And when we're looking at something like, okay, let's do a git show head. Right at the top here, here's our unique identifier for the commit. So if I go Control Shift C, I can copy this. Okay, so this is like an identifier that tells us this points to this commit where we modified guacamole to the traditional recipe. So if you now go git diff, instead of using head tilde 1, we can give it that unique identifier instead, and guacamole.md. And then you can see where the change was there. But to do that every time is going to be quite annoying. So that's why we use head, and you work out how many commits away from head you were to get that commit change that you wanted to see. You can also just use the first few I think if you just give it like that, it also is fine. You don't have to have all 40 characters. If you just give it enough to start, it's happy. Okay, so now we want to see how to restore the older version of things. So we'll go git status. Okay, so we modified our guacamole where we know that with git diff, we added this ill-considered change sentence right at the bottom. So we know from our git status, we've got changes not staged yet, so we've modified this guacamole file. But we're actually not happy with this ill-considered change. We don't want this anyway anymore. So because we haven't added and committed, we can use this command called git restore. So we can get back to the way it was before in our previous commit. So we can go git restore guacamole.md. Okay, and now let's see what's inside guacamole now. Guacamole.md with cat. Right, you see that ill-considered change has disappeared from instructions. So because we hadn't added it to the stage and committed it, when we use git restore, it will restore it back to how it was last committed. So it restores it to the old version of the file, which was recorded in head. So that's the latest, most recently saved commit. But maybe you actually want to go all the way back to the beginning. So let's see. Git show head dash, well, let's see. Was 5 there? Yeah. Okay. So, and then we need to get our unique identifier. So I have Control Shift C to copy, and then you can go git restore S, and then the name of the commit that you want to go back to, and for just that file. Okay, so we can do that. And now let's see what happened to our guacamole.md. So cat guacamole.md. And you see we're back to what it was right at the start with where we just had our initial commit where we just had the headings. Okay. And then you can go git status, and you can see that again, you've still got this modified, that the changes haven't been staged for a new commit yet. So we can always go back to how it was again, because we've just been changing what our file is like inside. Yes, go for it.
Is it safe to say that when you use git show, it'll show you the ones that we've committed, the changes that we've committed, whereas git diff will show you the latest version?
So git show will show you the latest commit you've done, as well as the differences. Yeah, so it shows you this is the name of the commit, this is the message that came with it, so all the information. Yes. And then if you did git diff, it shows you the difference between the latest commit and what your file is currently like. Yes, exactly.
Okay, all right. Yeah. Thank you.
Sure. Okay, so as we know at the moment, so guacamole is currently how it was on our lap. So as we reading the current file on our laptop, it's or computer, it's just got the headings over there. So it's like how we first had it. Do you still have a question? I don't think so. Okay, I'll keep going. So now let's say, or actually we went back too far. We actually didn't want to go all the way back to just the headings. We actually want to keep some of our things. So we wanted now to go back to avocado, lime, salt as our ingredients. So we can go git restore guacamole.md. And because restore is like back to what the head was like, we can now do cat guacamole, and we're back to avocado, lime, salt. So this is what you can do when you haven't committed something new to the Git repository. So if you're at this point where the state changes on stage for commit, you can do git restore, and then if you don't give it the -s, it'll restore it back to the latest commit you did for that file. And if you give the -s and then the name of the commit, it'll go back to that version of the file that you had at that commit. So you can go as far forward or backward as you wish this way. Are we all together or are we getting a bit confused? So when we go back, we can make any changes going forward from there. Okay, yes. So what you can then do is you could have gone git restore back to just the headings, and then you could have used nano and added in a different set of ingredients and did the git add git commit. And if there's no conflict, then it will let you commit. So you kind of want to know where you are whenever you're doing things, because if you start working back with older versions, it can get a bit confusing as to where you are, what you've kept, what you haven't kept. So and remember, when we're trying to go back to the state and time where we just had that, we have to give the identifier for the commit that has the file in the format that you want it, like in the version that you want it. Don't give the name of the commit that you're trying to, the most recent one that you're trying to get away from. So you always say, I want to restore it back to this version, which had it this way with this unique identifier. Okay. So that is the history part. Does anyone want to ask any questions about history? Do you have a question? Komonso?
Yep, I'm good. I'm just
Okay.
internalizing it and making sense of it.
Yes, it's yeah, there's quite a lot of new information that's coming in. The content is all online. You can repeat what we've been running. All the commands are there online again, and you'll have all the explanations with that in the content. So you can always go back on a different day and go, okay, I want to actually go through this again myself, step by step. So that option is always there for you. Okay. We've got about 35 minutes left. We haven't touched on remotes. So would you like to go through how you can link what's on your laptop to the online GitHub? That might be a good one to learn how to do.
Yes, please.
Okay. Right. I'm not sure if we'll complete this, but let's try. Okay. So we're now going to go to the remote repository. So what we've been working with here on our laptop, we call, or your computer or whatever on your local machine is called your local repository. The remote repository is what they call the repository that you're going to have up online in GitHub that can keep copies of what you've got here on your local, and you want to link the two of them. So what we're going to have to do is actually start in GitHub. So there's a website called github.com. I'm going to paste it in the chat. So if you've already made an account with GitHub before, you can sign in. If you haven't made one before, then you'll need to create an account. I'm just thinking I should probably share this screen with you now. So, screen share. Right. Can you see GitHub? There should be something like dashboard. And my username is ECMorgan360. So I can see that I'm signed in at the moment. If you don't see anything like this, you'll probably need to sign in over here. There'll be somewhere for you to sign in. Are people with me, or are there issues getting to the web page? I'm seeing a couple thumbs up. Okay. Don't worry if you can't get this set up. Now there are step-by-step instructions that are very good in the content that can help you if you want to set it up as well. So I'm just going to go through how you can set it up. You can also watch the recording again and see whether we can work it out from there as well if you haven't made your own username yet. So the first thing to do is to create a new repository. Okay, so at this plus sign, it says create new, and you click on it, and you're going to say new repository. Okay, and we're going to name this repository recipes because that is the same name as what we have named our directory on our local machine. Okay, and it checked and said recipes is available because I don't have any other repositories named recipes on GitHub over here under my own account. Okay. So recipes, choose visibility. I'm keeping it as public. I'm going to, I don't want it to create a README at this point. I don't want this added, and I don't want this added because we don't have any of this stuff in our own recipes folder on the local thing. So the problem starts coming in when you start making changes here when you don't have them on your local machine. So literally just put in recipes as your repository name, check that that's off. You've got no get, ignore, and no license, and it's public, and then you can create your repository. Right. Now it's created my repository and it's now showing this page with the URL and information on how to configure the repository. So we essentially have already done some of this because remember we already ran git init when we made our directory recipes and git init inside that folder on our local machine. So that's okay. So we've got this HTTPS repository now up on GitHub. Okay, so now we want to connect. So we've now made an empty repository on the remote side here on GitHub, and we have our local repository, our recipes directory on our local machine. So now we want to connect the two. So we are going to do this using SSH. So it starts on HTTPS, so toggle to SSH, and you'll see that there's this git at github.com, and then your username. So for me, that's ecmorgan360-recipes.git. Okay, so we want to copy this URL. So you click this, these two little squares here, and that will copy what's in here. So this SSH URL. Okay. Now we want to go to our local recipes repository. So I'm going to stop sharing here because we're going from GitHub and we're now going back to our local machine. So yeah. And so we're back here in our terminal and we're within our recipes folder. And now we're going to write this command, git remote add origin, and then the thing that we copied. So Control-Shift-C will paste, Control-Shift-V will paste that in there. So git remote add origin, and then we've got the SSH URL. And yours will be different because you've got your own username, because the EC Morgan 360 is unique to me. Okay, so Control Enter. Okay, right. So you might be thinking, well, okay, so we're adding this remote, right? Because this is the name of our remote repository that we just created on GitHub. So add our remote, and then what's origin? Origin is the name that our local repository will know as that refers to the remote one. So if you're talking about origin in this context here in this terminal, it means I'm talking about my remote repository on GitHub with this specific name over here. Because if you've got a recipes on your local and a recipes on your remote, it can get confusing. Which recipes am I talking about? So origin is meaning that's the repository that's on the remote end, on GitHub's end. So it knows I'm pushing or I'm going to send my information to the remote one. And we can check that this has worked by doing git remote v. And it's telling me my origin. So the remote repository can be found at this URL. And that's all we need to know for now. Fetch and push is literally saying fetch is when you get the information from the remote and pull it down to your local machine. So if there's stuff on GitHub that you want on your laptop, then you will use fetch. And if you've got stuff on your local machine that you want to put into your GitHub repository, you use push. So those are two like specific names. You're going to see them come up as commands. You'll use git fetch and git push. But that's just what they mean. So fetch is from remote to local, push is from local to remote. So fetches, I'm fetching it, I'm taking the stuff from remote and bringing it to myself, and pushes, I'm pushing the stuff from what I've got here on my computer to the remote. Okay, so we've now told it where it now knows where this remote repository is. But now we need to set it up a little bit more so that we can actually send it to the remote repository. So this is to do with authentication. So you don't want some random person on the internet to get your SSH key to your repository and start sending a whole lot of stuff to your repository, like overwriting your data. That would not be very good. So what you need to be able to do is authenticate that you are the user you say you are, so that it knows, okay, I'm okay, I'll let you pull things down from this repository and I'll let you write to this repository online. So it's sort of like security in a way. So we have to set it up so that we can authenticate that we are who we say we are. And so it lets us actually put the stuff that we have in our recipes folder in our local onto the remote. So we're going to use what's called Secure Shell Protocol, or SSH. And there's something called key pairs. There's going to be what's called a public and a private key. You don't really need to worry too much about this, but all you're trying to say is you have this private key that only you know, and in order to connect to the remote, it has to ensure that you know the private key before it lets you send anything. So it's like you're holding a key. No one else with that key will be able to send anything to your remote repository. So you might have keys already on your computer. You never know. So we're going to check to see whether we do or don't. So ls-al, you'll need to run this. And then tilde dash /.ssh. So ls-al space tilde forward or backslash, I never remember, .ssh. Okay. So I have a file .ssh, but all I have are hosts because I use servers. So I will use commands like SSH and then the server name to get in. So I don't actually have any key pairs on my computer already. So you might already have SSH set up. Yes, Rahima.
Hi, sorry. Just to confirm, if you have SSH set up, you use the .pub extension as your key, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, so you'll see something with .pub at the end. That's your public key. And then there'll also be a file with the same name without the .pub, which is your private key, which you don't want anyone else to get a hold of.
And if it shows, mine says cannot access, users SNID, no such file or directory.
Or directory, yes.
Mm.
So you've never set up SSH on your computer before. So that's very normal.
Okay.
Yeah. So we're going to create a key pair. So if you've already got a key pair named this, you'll need to have a different name, but I'm not sure how many of you actually have any key pairs. So we're going to have to write SSH key gen. So we're generating a new key pair for the SSH protocol. And then the type is ED25519. And then flag with C, and then you need to have your email. So for me, it's g20m8656@campus.ru.ac.za. Okay, so we're generating a new key pair. It's using a specific type of key called ED25519. If that doesn't work, you can also use a different type of key called RSA, but hopefully for everyone, this should work with ED25519. Okay, and then let's see what happens. Generating public-private ED25519 key pair, enter file in which to save the key. We want to use the default, so don't write anything else here, just press enter. Enter passphrase. So if you are using a public computer, you probably want to have a passphrase so that only you know how to get in to this, get the key pair. And so, and be very careful to note this down or remember it because it's very difficult to change this passcode if you forget it. I don't think there actually is necessarily a way, unfortunately. So think carefully. If you don't want a passphrase, you can just press enter, but just remember this is for like security reasons. So if you're worried about people getting onto your laptop and being able to access things, you probably want to create a passcode. So I'm gonna write in a passcode. And it tells you to do it again. You're not going to see it come up when you write it. This is one of the things that happens in it won't show what you've written. So that's why they often ask you to enter it again to make sure that you did type it incorrectly, because if they don't match, then yeah, you could have had a spelling mistake or something. Okay, so I put in my I've now entered the passphrase the second time, and it's told me we've created our identification, our public key, and there's this fingerprint. The identification is the private key. So never ever show people what's in this part. If it ends in .pub, it's okay. That's public, but never ever show anyone what's inside this file here. Okay.
Sorry, Emily, you lost me at the passphrase part. So on my terminal,
Yes.
when I try to type out the passphrase, it's not typing anything.
Okay, so it never shows what you're typing there, but even if you're typing, it's still typing it. It's just not showing it for, again, security reasons. So people can't look over and see you typing it in how many letters, characters it is or whatever. So yeah, if you're worried that you've written something and you don't know whether there was stuff in front, you can always just do backspace for a little bit of time, like hold down backspace and then write again if you're
Okay, I got it. Thank you.
sure. Okay, so I've successfully generated my key. So if I go back and see al.ssh, so ls-al tilde dash dot ssh, you see they've appeared now. I've got my private key, ID ED25519, so whatever's in there is my private key, and then my public key is held inside this file ending in .pub. Okay, so we have this key pair. So we now want to see whether we can now connect to GitHub. So SSH. So we're using our protocol and we're saying we want to see if we can connect to github.com. And no. Uh, okay. The authenticity of host is github.com can't be established. That key fingerprint is that. This key is not known. Are you sure you want to continue connecting? So we have to give it the public key. So, oh wait, I say yes first. Oh, yes. Warning, permanently added GitHub to the list of known hosts, permission denied with public key. So we didn't give GitHub the public key, so we have to give it the public key. So we're going to go cat that.ssh into that file, and we want the public key that we created. So please make sure here you have the .pub at the end. We don't want to give GitHub our private key. We want the public key. So it has to end in .pub over there. Okay. And that's my public key. Okay. Now we're going to go back to GitHub. Okay, so
Wait,
I'm just gonna,
sorry.
yeah, no problem.
After inserting um, cat and the key, mine says no such file or directory.
Are you sure you spelled the path correctly?
Which path?
The path is this tilde dash dot ssh slash and then the name of your file.
I put 2 2s instead of 1 to interpret.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
thank
So
you.
sure, no problem. Okay, so can I stop sharing my terminal now and go back to GitHub? I'm gonna do that quickly. We've got like 10 minutes, so I'm just gonna stop sharing there quickly. And then Share system window. Okay, so we're back to our GitHub. And now they say go to github.com, click on your profile icon at the top right corner, and we have this drop-down menu. And you'll click on settings. So let's go to our settings. And on the settings page, get SSH and GPG keys on the left side access menu. Access. SSH and GPG keys under access. So we're going to go here. And then I want a new SSH key. And they now want a title. So I'm going to say Emily's work laptop. And then we need to paste our key in. So when we saw that key, it starts with SSH ED25519. Okay. So that's my key. That's my public key, remember. So I'm not sure if I need my email after that. I think it's just the key itself. But if not, then we know. And then click Add SSH key. Okay. Okay, so you want your password for GitHub there, not your password for your key pair. Okay, so I have this authentication key, and now let's see if it works. So I'm gonna stop sharing, go back to my terminal. Cancel, share with terminal. Okay, right, so I'm back at my terminal. Let's try again our SSH git at github.com. Please work. Okay, and now it has told me I've successfully authenticated. So it brought up a thing asking for my password. When I pressed entered SSH git at github.com, that password is the password for your private key. So if you did that passcode thing, you need to give that passcode there. And now it says, hi, EC Morgan 360, you've successfully authenticated. Rahima, permission denied public key. Was that after setting it up on the GitHub side? Okay, so did you make sure when you were creating the SSH key, you've definitely given it the the full key starting with, okay, how could you recap on how to set it up on GitHub side? Yeah, I can try, although mine's now set up. So, okay. You see, we did this cat SSH, this part, the public one. We ran, let's see, cat this. Okay, so for me, it tells me my public key is this. So I go Control Shift C. Don't get your email involved with it. Okay, so I'll stop sharing. Then share system window. Okay. So we're back on GitHub. So you go to the top right here to where your user profile is, and you click on it, and then there's this drop down, and you go to settings. Okay, so it's my profile settings. So you'll see your username over here. Then you go to access and find SSH and GPG keys. Then you're going to click new SSH key here. You're going to give a title. So that's for you to know which machine you have your public and private key on. So for me, I'm working on my work laptop, so that's why I titled it Emily's work laptop. So I know that it's this laptop that I'm working on that's going to have this SSH key. Then keep the key type as authentication key. And then you need to paste your key here at the bottom. And they say the key begins with something like SSH RSA or any of these things. Our one begins with SSH ED 25519, and then you'll have your public key over here. Please make sure it's public key. It's not going to know what to do with the private key. So it needed to end, this key needs to come from the .pub version, not your file with no .pub at the end. And then once you've done that, you can then press add SSH key. Okay. And then after doing that, you should have your authentication key here. And then you can go back to your terminal and try and do SSH-T git@github.com. And then it will prompt you for a passcode. You give the passcode that you had for your keys, and then like the passcode you made. Yeah. Okay, so you've gone back to the public. Can you please go back to the public keyboard? So you've got your SSHED 25519, AAA, 4AC, 3NZ, whatever. So you need to copy that until just before your email begins with that ongezwa Bangela. And you put it into your new SSH key. So you need to put that into your key part over there. So that's my one, but it's a bit different to your one. Does that make sense? I see we are already at 1 o'clock, so don't worry if you haven't got it working yet. I will send here in the chat the section that we're working on, and you can follow the instructions again to try and set it up. And then from there, you can use a command to push to your remote. But once you've set that up, that's all we've needed to do. Yeah, I'm sorry, we ran pretty late. I think people have to get back places now, so I'm not sure if we can continue the session any longer. So the thing becomes, do you want to continue with Git tomorrow morning before we start with R, or do you just want to go straight on to R?
Hi, Emily. I think
Hi.
we can try to use the resource to connect to Git and then
Yes.
continue to R. And if we have major issues, maybe we can flag that during the
Yeah,
break tomorrow.
okay. Yeah, that sounds like a good plan. Okay, so for R, please make sure that you have installed R Studio on your computer for tomorrow. I think hopefully if R Studio is installed, there'll be far fewer needing to set up in the first however many, like 30 minutes, hour, compared to like Shell and Git. It's also like an app, like a software app, so it might be a bit easier to have everything downloaded and sorted before our next session. So, is it possible to receive the recording before the tomorrow morning? Unfortunately, as instructors, we have no access to the recording. That is all through NITheCS, not us. So you will have to ask the NITheCS coordinator instead for recordings because we do not have access. Unfortunately, we're not even co-hosts for the Zoom, so we really can't do much other than what we only have the permissions we currently have access to. So yeah, if you want to inquire, you might need to ask through the NITeX organizer if it's possible.
Sorry,
They do
Emily.
send them. Sorry. I was going to say that the organizer, Utukile, does send the recordings, but she sends them the following morning at 10 a.m. That's what she did
Okay.
this morning for yesterday's recording.
Right,
Yes.
right. Okay, great. Then I'm not sure. I think that's probably when you think of the size of the recordings, I'm not sure if it'll be possible to get it all up, like today already.
Sorry, Emily. If
Yeah.
anyone experienced the permission denied like I did, I just saw now that on my email I got a prompt where I needed to confirm that that was actually me trying to add something to Git.
Ah,
So I
okay.
need
That's
to
useful to know.
verify. Yeah, I need to verify from my email and then hopefully that works, just in case there's
Yeah.
anything else.
Okay, thank you. Prosper, yes, you've connected. That's exactly what you meant to see. It will always say GitHub does not provide shell access. That's because it's the remote online version. So you can only use Git on shell. You can't use GitHub. Okay. Right. Well,
I'm trying to get someone on Gezwa. So he's trying to, I'm not sure whether he's been able to locate the settings from his profile and then paste his key.
okay.
Okay, so if he has been able to locate settings from his profile button on GitHub, then he can go to SSH and GPG keys, and then
Yes.
from there, then he can see one part for SSH keys and another one in the bottom for GPG keys.
Yeah.
Then so click on the new SSH key, then give it
Right.
a title, whatever maybe new key for your computer or some other computer, and then paste whatever you saw from terminal after running cat tilde / dot ssh / your the name of whatever you used, the ID something dot pub. So you
Yeah.
paste the key, you get there minus the email onto the part where you're supposed to then paste your new key. Then the other thing is to add it, I think. Then after you add it, then you can go back to the terminal and try and run The command was ssh-t, then github at github.com, and see if it's successful.
Yes, and the instructions are pasted. It's part 7. I've just pasted it again in the chat. So those will have all your, and it has pictures as well to help you see sometimes what things are looking like. Okay. Yeah, I've now kept you 6 minutes after 1. Yeah, thank you very much, everyone, for coming again. I'm very appreciative, and I hope you have at least one thing has stuck today from today. Like, even if it's just git add or git status or git commit, or there's something called the stage. I hope there's something new that you have learnt from today's session. And yeah, please make sure that you've installed RStudio for tomorrow. And yeah, I will see you there tomorrow. Yeah, thank you.
Okay,
Thank
bye
you.
guys.
Bye.
See you tomorrow.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.